Hi guys, welcome back. Guys, I'm audible. Okay, let's get started. Prior to that, I'll just make sure that everybody is able to access, right? So let's get started with some of the, um, as we did cover some of the basic, some of the services, right? Some small services. So the same way, I'll go and try to cover the same way. So we will not go to like much in detail. So you just need to know like what are those services and how they will be used, kind of things. So we'll just go through the basics of that service, what is that service and all. So why I'm covering these things is basically the only thing is that you might get a question maybe in the certifications, right? So that's why we'll quickly go through the services which might come from. Okay, one is Elastic Beanstalk, and the one more thing is called Cloud Formation. Okay, so these two services are basically, the services are the work of these two services, or you can say the use of these two services will be similar, or you can say same. Elastic Beanstalk and as well as Cloud Formation. So this Elastic Beanstalk and the Cloud Formation, you can say that it's actually the DevOps services of AWS. Have you guys heard of DevOps at any point of time? So this is basically, right? So DevOps means, people say it's Dev plus Ops and all those things, right? It's a culture and all those things. So basically, what it mean actually, DevOps means as simple as it's automation, right? So how can we automate the things to make it, uh, you know, or if we want to do some things frequently, the same things or similar things, how can we automate so in such a way that we don't need to do the whole work with just few clicks or few steps, we can be able to produce the same level of applications or infrastructures and all those things. So it's like that. So DevOps is all about like automation. Now these two tools, this Elastic Beanstalk and as well as with the Cloud Formation, these two tools will provide us the same thing, provide us an option to automate the infrastructure creation. Till now, we have created like all the things, right? Databases, instances, load balancers, auto scaling, VPC. So we have seen a lot. So all these things, what we can do is, so if you want to create a similar infrastructure every time, if you want to create a similar infrastructure, in that case, what we can do, we can use these two tools. Any of the tool is fine, right? So both the tools will do the same thing, but the way it actually works, the way we interact is different, right? So but the output will be always it's the same. Okay, so if you have like similar kind of environments or architecture, or if you want to have create some architectures which is similar to each other every time you are trying to create, doing the same kind of an infrastructure, creating the infrastructure, then you can go and do with this Elastic Beanstalk. And this gives us, so there's like from uh, let's focus on Elastic Beanstalk first, right? Then we'll go to this Cloud Formation and see what it is. So this Elastic Beanstalk is, it's a centralized kind of a service. So let's go to that service first so that we can understand. So from the services, I'll go to the Elastic Beanstalk. Here you can see under compute. Let's open that. And here you can see what we can do is, using this Elastic Beanstalk, we can deploy the application we can deploy the application onto the AWS infrastructure. And this application, like whatever the resources it might need EC2 instances, or it might need load balancer, it might need databases, it might need VPC, CloudWatch, so whatever it is, right? So all these things we can configure from here only. Means from a single dashboard, we can configure everything. So we have seen like how we can configure one by one, right? I mean, this is how we configure, this is how we'll work, and all those things. We have explored the thing. Now, this is kind of, doing the smart way. You can say that, right? So, but again, this is not like it's not a full-fledged, full flexible service. So it has its own limitations and all. Okay. So, but as I told, it's kind of helpful in some kind of environments, but it will not fix, or it will not fit for all the requirements and all those things. It has its own limitations and all. As I told, we'll see what are those limitations and all. So it can only support for a few requirements. So if your organization requirement is fits into that requirement on the same page of Elastic Beanstalk, I mean, you can use this Elastic Beanstalk to, I mean, automate the creation of all those resources. So instead of going to the RDS to create a database, instead of going to ELB to create a load balancer, right? Instead of going to VPC to create an network architecture. So what we can do from a centralized dashboard, we can do all the things. So here what we'll do, we'll specify what are the settings we need to have for a specific architecture. And then in the background, Elastic Beanstalk on behalf of us, it will go and create those resources and all those things. Okay. It's like that. Now uh, let's click on create a new application here, or you can click on get started. Anything is fine. So let's click on get started here, and you can see. So here, as I told, we can directly create a web application here, and we take one application here, and then we'll give it to the Elastic Beanstalk, and that Elastic Beanstalk will take that application and deploy into the infrastructure. Infrastructure means the different resources of AWS, and then we just go and configure the things. Okay, and here we need one application, right, to do that. So here, if you want, you can upload your own code if you want. Like if you have your own in the organizations, obviously we'll be having our own applications, right? So there we'll use this upload your code and upload, click on upload. So either you have to use the zip or var file. So rar, tar, so those things will not work here. So any of this archive format we have to use. Okay, zip, we know that. So if you have a file in a different format, just make it zip and you can do that. And then var is basically means the Java files, the archival format of Java application files is called var, web archive. So if your application is Java, I mean Java programming language, if it is in Java programming language, and you might make an archive in var. So we don't need to worry, because the developers will do all this work. They know how to make an archive var file of a Java application. So we don't need to worry much. They will provide us, right? So in the organization, just click on upload your code and just click on upload, and you have to select the uh, code file, zip file or var file here. Choose file and select that file, whatever that file is. Okay. But now we are not going to do that upload code. We'll just go with the sample application here, right? So there is a sample application will be there. We'll just go and see how actually Elastic Beanstalk will create, I mean, deploy that application with resources. And here, when we are selecting either sample application or upload your code, so you have to select the programming language here. I mean, the infrastructure environment. So here you need to say, is it Go language application or .NET, Java, Node.js, PHP, Ruby, Python, Tomcat, whatever it is, Go, Python, Glassfish, or it's a Docker kind of a container kind of an application. So you what application it is, right? So here you can see there are like only like mostly widely used programming languages mentioned here, but there are other programming languages like Perl, R, right? And then we might be having what else? Like these kind of programming. There will be a lot of programming languages there. So it's this will not support all the programming languages. Only listed programming languages it will support, right? So you have to select that platform, which platform you want. Let's say I want a maybe Node.js application or maybe a Ruby one. Let's go with maybe Python one. So whatever it is, so whichever the programming language your application is coded in, I mean, your developers will tell you which programming language they have used it. So let's give some name, demo app. Okay, and then I've chosen Python and go with the some sample application. So what we're doing is we are installing a sample Python application using this elastic beanstalk, right? So we'll not do anything manually, everything will be done automatically here. You see that now here we can directly create an application, but if you want to configure more options, let's click on configure more options here. So here it will give us more options, like if you need load balancer, auto scaling, databases. So all these things we can specify. Now you can see here this is all about the software means the programming language environment. So if you want to configure anything related to the programming language and all those things, just click on modify. So here you can see that there are some options will be there. So here you need to specify, these are all environment related options. Okay, and then the first one, actually first we'll see this one. You can see there's a configuration option here is that, so by default it's selected free tier eligible one, right? But if you want, let's say, high availability, you can go with that. Or if you want a custom configuration, you select it and you create your own configuration, right? So let's go with the low cost here. And this is related to the Python settings and all. Here we have instance settings. So which instance type, what is the storage, which AMI, right? You see all the options here, which security group, you see that it's all there. You can specify which one you want and all. In the same way, we have the capacity here. Click on capacity, modify, and if you want a single instance or you want a load balanced application, so that load balancer will be created and those instances will be added to the load balancer, right? So you can specify that, but we'll go with single instance, I mean, default options. So like this, what we can do is we can go and choose all these things. We can go and choose all these things, like if you want a load balancer, CloudWatch, updates and deployments, or security, keep air and security groups and all, notifications, SNS, and you see tagging, database, network, VPC. So this is all basically what we are going to do is we'll specify all the options here, right? When I click on modify, I'll specify the RDS configuration here. So in the background, what will happen? AWS will, I mean, the elastic beanstalk will create that architecture for us. It's like that. So I think it's creating in London. Maybe let's go to Mumbai. Choose a platform as Python. Configure more options. So we are seeing here, right? And this. So all the settings, like whatever we need, so we can specify all the things here, right? If you want high availability, you can select it. Or if you want a custom configuration, you select that and you go and change whatever you want to change, how you want to change. So we'll go with the low cost free tier just to test it out, how it will work. Click on create application now. So if you want to change any options, we have to use it configure more options. Otherwise, we just click on create app here. So that now you can see the application will be deployed and the infrastructure will be created and the application will be deployed. So if you take maybe the HTML example, we have used couple of times the HTML websites, right? So what we did, we have installed, we create an instance and install the web server, and then we place the content in the web server folder. So we have to go and do that. But here Elastic Beanstalk, it gives, I mean, it gave us, the options so that our job will be easy. If we give the code, it will do all those things for us. It will create it will create instance, install the web server, and place that content. So, but as I told, it will not be like a full-fledged thing. It has its own limitations. It will not support every custom environment you might see. Okay, it will take some time. You can see that creating the app here, you can see it will take few minutes because it will create the resources and all those things. It will do it. Let's wait for that. It will take some time. In the same way, till that time we'll go and see the cloud formation. Cloud formation is also, it's the same story, right? But the difference between these two, so why we have the two, both the services can do the same thing, right? So the thing is here, the cloud formation, let's go to the cloud formation, open cloud formation here. And this cloud formation and elastic beanstalk, is basically what, it's a GUI tool. So where we go and create environment, specify the options and all. So we have like a graphical kind of a thing, but this is more or less into a pure DevOps service. It's a pure DevOps service, which means, let's go to maybe another region, Sydney, because there is something is happening here. So you might be confused what is this and all. So let's go to a different region. Now you can see this will be um, look like when you go to the cloud formation. So this is a pure DevOps service. Why I'm saying a pure DevOps service means, normally the DevOps guys, I mean the people who say they are DevOps, they, what they will do is they will do some coding also, right? So I mean they will automate the infrastructure using the coding. So they'll use some programming language, and they will write the code, and then they will execute that code, so that whatever the code tells, right? And then based on that code, it will go and create that infrastructure, automate that, things and all. So this is wherein, if you have the code, then what you need to do is, you don't need to execute yourself. You just go and give that code in to this cloud formation, and then cloud formation will see that code, and then it will start creating the infrastructure, automating the infrastructure. But before that, you have to, like, I mean, let's say you want to create some infrastructure. Let's take an example of one VPC, two public subnet, two private subnets, and two application servers, two web servers, two database servers, and one load balancer. And if you want this to be in auto scaling group, and it needs CloudWatch, and you want to send some notification, so it needs SNS topic. So let's say you need all these things in an infrastructure, so you can create manually. But if you want to do the same thing for multiple customers, right, then what the DevOps will do, I mean not we, what the DevOps will do here is that, so they will create that infrastructure in the code, right? For code to create that infrastructure, so which programming languages they use? So there are a couple of programming languages available here, in CloudFormation, so you can use any of it. I mean the DevOps guys. So JSON or YAML. So these are the two programming languages supported by CloudFormation at this point of time, right? So basically you have to use this, any of the programming language, to create that infrastructure. Okay, now I mean we are not programmers, so I'm not expecting you to be as well, right? So we'll not do that. But here what we'll do, we'll go with again some sample application so that we see that. Let's click on create a new stack. So I'll let you know what is stack means. Okay, click on create a new stack here, and if you come down a bit, you can see here you can select a sample template, right? If you click on sample template, there will be some application options will be here, or else you can choose your own template. So what is template here? We have seen stack, and as well as we have seen template. So to understand this template and stack is basically, template is actually, I told that CloudFormation supports this YAML and JSON, right? So what the DevOps will do, they'll use any of the programming language to create the code, and that will be obviously will be stored in some files, right? It will be there in some one or two files. In the file the code will be there, so we'll store the data in file, right? In a text file or somewhere. Now this text file where it contains that code, we call it as template. You see that this one, right? And now this text file will give it to the cloud formation. Now what cloud formation will do, it will see the line by line, and based on like whatever is mentioned here, it will try to, now you can see, create the resources, VPC instances, route table, gateway, all these things, VPC. You see that it's creating some. So whatever is mentioned in the text file means the template, it will be created. So once it is created, so this all of the infrastructure called as stock. Stock means just a stack of resources, right? So template is basically the text file. The original view or the actual output of input is template, output is stack. That's it, right? So this is basically, that's what I'm saying, right? I mean, we have to use that. It's a text file. We have to use the JSON or YAML programming language to do that. Okay, now let's come here and see here. Now, if you want to see some templates, how it will be look like and all, let's go to AWS Cloud Formation sample templates. Let's say sample templates. Now here you can see how it will be look like. Now you can see there are some sample templates for Mumbai Asia Pacific region. Just click on download. Now you can see it's downloaded. There are some zip file is there, and these are all some sample, and you can see now these are some sample applications here. Now you see auto scaling multi-AZ with notifications, right? If you want, let's say DynamoDB, we have yet to discussed, right? So a lot of things you see that. You see how many are there. We'll see maybe RDS MySQL with read replica, and RDS snapshot and delete. And what we'll see, yep, this one maybe VPC auto scaling and elastic load balancer. If I just open it, let's say, we'll be able to see like I'll open with 1 second. Oh, shit. And just notepad to open that file, so that we'll see like this it will be. So these are, as I told, it's all about code actually. Okay, so but this is actually, I think it's JSON format. I mean JSON programming language. So you can do it in YAML as well, right? So they, I mean, if you're interested to do how, I mean, do these things, like how we can do and all those things, right? So there is a wealthy of documentation available for this cloud formation and how it can be created, the templates and all. Just search for cloud formation documentation, so that you can go through that and understand. But again, as I told, you need to have the programming knowledge, because we have to use either JSON or YAML, right? So for that reason, so it will give you the user guide and all those things, how we can get it and use it. I can see, so it will provide all the things, how we can create that and all those things. You can go through the documentation if you're much interested. But again, I'm again telling, you need any of this programming language, kind of not experience but the knowledge, because you need to write the code, right? So it's like that. So we don't want to go to any our own templates. Let's go with the select sample template. So here there are some sample templates available. LAMP stack, a Ruby and Rails stack, which means it will create a Ruby and Rails application, right? So let's go with some Ruby and Rails stack. Click on next. So here we need to specify some options. So it's a Ruby app, database name as MyDB. We see DB as, okay, we'll use Ruby app. DB password also same, everything will go with the same. T2 micro. Oh, we don't have any key pairs here. This will not execute. So we need a key pair actually. We cannot create key pair from here using CloudFormation. We have to create Sydney demo. Okay, it has been created. Let's go and refresh. Okay, let's try to create that stack. Sample template. Anything is, you can use, anything is fine. Maybe use this lamp stack also. Let's go with Ruby and Rails. Next. Okay, I'm going to use this Ruby app. We have to select that key pair symbol, which key pair we want to use, and this SSH location, from which location it will be allowed. So it will create a security group and it will create a rule for this allow SSH from all the location. Select that. Let's click on next. And these are all about like some things it will create. So just information. Let's go there. Click on next. And this is the review page. You can see that what is the things we have mentioned, details and all those things. Click on create. So it will start creating the resources. Okay, now we'll wait for some time because you can see when we click on create, it's showing us create in progress. So it will take some time. What it will do is it will automate the infrastructure. It will create server, it will install that Ruby application, Ruby and Rails stack on that, and it will do all those things. Let's see. It will take some time. Let's come back later. Now we go here and refresh this page and see is this completed or not. Now you can see this has been completed, right? This has been installed. So here, if you want to see um, the application where it is installed and what is the URL, how we can access, you can see that the environment has created with some DNS name as well, same like load balancer and EC2 instance, right? So we have this. So let's open that and we can be able to see the application. Now we can see this is the demo Python application, right? So and here you can see there are some couple of options will be there, the configuration which we mentioned while creating, and if you want to change we can change. Click on modify and change. So we can change the configuration. Logs, so you can check the logs from the servers. I mean, you can get the logs, application logs and server logs. You can request the logs so that instead of if something happen, what normally the administrators will do is to troubleshoot the issue, they will refer the logs. But here we don't need to go to the server. We just go there and request logs, and then full logs or last 100 lines, AWS will provide us the logs directly. So health, we can see here the status checks and all those things we can see here, right? And this monitoring means CloudWatch. So whatever the resources it has been created, so it will show you the CloudWatch of all. Right, CPU utilization, network, incoming network, outgoing network, it's all there. Alarms, if you want to create any alarms, we can create here. If you already created, I mean, while creating the Elastic Beanstalk, it will be shown here. It's like that. And updates, if you do any updates to this environment, like uh, changing the configuration, all these things will be listed here so that we can see, I mean, how many changes happen to this application, what kind of changes, like this we can see. And events means, so what actually happened in this whole, when we click on create the Elastic Beanstalk app, right? So what actually it created, the resources, you can see it is created some S3 bucket for storing the data. It created a security group, it created an elastic IP, and it created an EC2 instance, right? You all these things it's created, right? S3 bucket, EC2 instance, security group, and elastic IP, EC2 instance. So all these things it's created. So whatever the resources it's created, it is giving the information, the S3 bucket name which is created, the elastic IP, and the EC2 instance ID, and the security group ID. You see that? So it's all there, it's all given the information, and it is telling you like at what time it's created and all those things, all the resources. The next one is simple tagging, right? Yeah, it's similar to RDS events. True, Sandeep. Yes, it's the same, not similar, it's the same. Okay, and this is how, this is how basically we can be able to see that here. Okay, and if you want, let's say we can also change the code as well. This is all about the configuration, right? So if you want, you can you have deployed the application. Let's say we deployed the sample application. Now if you want to do some change in that application, so what we'll do is people will change the code, and then your developers will give you the code. Just click on upload and deploy, and choose file, that new code, whatever that new code, zip file or var file, remember that. Select that file and click on open, and then click on deploy. So that what will happen, AWS will take that new code and it will deploy onto the infrastructure. So easy deployments, right? So like this you can do it, and there are some actions here, like you can save this configuration, means what are the configuration we created, and in the later stages if you want to load that configuration, we can do it. We can change the environment URL, and we can clone this environment. We can create a baby for this, I mean clone, and we can restart application servers, the EC2 instances from here only. We can rebuild the environment. So we can rebuild, then I mean restart the creation from the start. So it will delete everything, then it will recreate, and we can terminate if you want the environment and all, right? So all these simple options will be there. And one more thing here, this is what all this is about, right? Let's come back here, this cloud formation, and it's still creating. And here you can see the name we have given and created time, and you see the status, it's still in progress. And if you click on this, there will be some, in the background you see some tabs there. Okay, so we don't need all these tabs and all, but just see here, we have also events here, events tab here. So you can see that it's saying that creating a cloud formation stack, creating security group, and it's created, security group has been completed, and it's creating an EC2 instance. You see that create in progress, right? And here if you go to the resources, it will give you now server security group has been create completed. Web server EC2 instance, it's creating. And the template also we'll see, I mean which template has been used. We have selected sample template, right? The code, we can be able to see that here. You can see this is a code. And parameters means like which are the things we passed, we gave while creating this stack. So like this we can see this output section means like once it is created, like if it is a load balancer, it will give us the endpoint. If it is EC2 instance, it will give us that host name. And if it is RDS, it will give us that the endpoint name to connect to that. So all these things it will give us. So it will take some time. Let's give it. So it will also do the same thing. If you go and see here, now as I told, uh, if you go to the events, what we have seen, it created all these things, right? So we didn't create anything. Elastic, when we asked sample uh, application, it did all these things by itself. We didn't mention anything. If you want to go and see, we can be able to see all these things. Let's go to EC2 and verify that is it really created those things or not. EC2 instance, elastic IP, security group, it's listed, right? Go and see, we'll be able to see all the things there. Now you can see there is one instance running, it's created automation, and then it has the elastic IP, you see, and it has a security group as well. This is the one. And if you see view inbound rules, it will give us it's open 8080 pro port from all the locations, right? So that's, and then as we discussed, it also created some S3 bucket as well. Let's go to S3 and see that. And you see Elastic Beanstalk AP South one. It's all created, automated. We don't need to do anything, right? So everything is created. This is like that. The same way CloudFormation also will do the same thing. So as it is saying that it go to the events, it's creating, right? So it will create all the resources. If you go to that Sydney and right. So yes, true, Sandeep, you can do that. So, but this is not like a full-fledged thing. It will only give like it has some limitations. So we cannot like use this to for every requirement. So it's kind of like this is all about. And one more thing is that both with Elastic Beanstalk and as well as with the CloudFormation. So now we create, when we create, it will creating all the resources, right? So when we go and terminate this, the same way CloudFormation also, when we go and actions and delete stack. So what will happen is that it whatever the resources it created, everything will be deleted. Let's see that. Let's go to the terminate environment. Oh, we need to everything it will delete without any backups. Remember that. So when you're terminating it, make sure you're doing. So it'll take some time to terminate. The same way here also. This is the same story. Only the way that the only difference between these two is Elastic Beanstalk and CloudFormation is actually in Elastic Beanstalk we'll just select which options we need. There in CloudFormation we have to code. That is the only difference. I mean, whichever if he's a developer, they might like, or a DevOps kid, they might like this CloudFormation. Or if people are like us, right, then we like Elastic Beanstalk. Right, we don't need to code. It's like that. Okay. Obviously, it will take some time to delete. Let's will do it. And let's come back to one more services. Still this is happening in the background. Let's go and see one more thing called file system, which is Elastic File System. Okay, and this is basically uh, it's another file system, but this is only for actually Linux. Okay, this is only for the uh, Linux instances. Okay, so we will try to understand what is this. It's very simple storage, right? So what we have seen is that um, in the EBS volumes, if you go and see here, so we'll remove this. Now when we, let's say when we create 3 servers are there, or some servers are there, and if we want EBS volumes, everything will be uploaded in LMS Manikanta. All these things will be there in LMS. Don't worry. If not, send an email to support at Cognitia. We'll make sure it will be uploaded. Okay. So now it will have some volumes, right? Every server. And as we discussed with EBS is that, so it, let's say if I create one EBS volume, at any point of time, that EBS volume will be associated with only one instance. If I associate with this, it will associate with this only. It cannot be associated with this and this. So now, but what is my requirement is, let's say I need a shared storage kind of a shared storage, some 100 GB of shared storage volume I need. Okay, I need a shared storage volume, and that need to be accessed with the simultaneously all the 3 servers or all the 5 servers, all the 10 servers. And these servers will be in different availability zones, not in a single availability zones. Or maybe you are storing the content, like we have web server folder is there. Let's take an example. So where we place the application files and all, right? So instead of placing the application files in all the three servers, what I want, I will use this kind of a shared storage, and I'll place all the application files here, and then I will share, I will attach to with the all the three servers. So whenever customers come and access, so they will access this application instead of on their own volumes hard disk, they will access from the shared storage. So that your application content will be on the single location, which will be accessed by multiple clients. Okay, now, but this is only applicable for Linux operating system, as I told. Okay, let's see how we can do that. So the process has been listed out already. Okay, this process is actually listed out. First we need to create a file system. I mean, um, here we are telling that this shared storage, so this shared storage we call it as file system. Okay, and this is actually, it's an elastic, means we don't need to specify any size. While creating the values we have to specify I need 100 GB or 500 GB, but it's not like that. So it's elastic in nature, which means you create the file system, and if you dump 100 GB it will store, if you jump 5 TB it will store, it will store 1000 TB also, it will store, means it will elastically increase as long as your data is increasing. So we don't need to worry about the storage. We don't need to worry about what will happen if it is filled. AWS will automatically increase. So it's an elastic in nature. So that's why this service itself is called as EFS, means elastic file system. The file system will automatically increase. We don't need to worry, right? So that's why. So first we need to create the file system, the first step. And second is that we need to create mount targets, and third, mount file system. So mount targets is basically means so let's come down a bit here. We'll go and see the things directly so that we can understand, instead of you know let's go to Mumbai, and you see that this demo app has been terminated. Right now let's go and easy to see that, do we have that you see that we don't have running instances, it is terminated. And if you go and see the elastic APIs also will not be there. One second, elastic APIs, it will not be there. Simple, right? So what we'll do here, we'll go to the under the services, we'll go to the EFS, elastic file system, search for EFS. It will be under the storage. You see under S3 you can see that EFS. Let's open that. I think EFS is not available on all the regions. You see that EFS is not available in Mumbai as I told, so it's not there in Mumbai, so we have to change. So it's there in where Singapore is there. Let's go and select Singapore, right? So we'll change here also Singapore. And first thing is that we need to create the file system, right? This one. Okay, let's go and see how we can do that. Here click on create a file system. But before that, before creating the file system, there is one thing we need to do, is that, so this file system actually based on NFS. This file system is based on Hi guys, welcome back. Guys, I'm audible. Okay, thanks. So there's a electricity, just simply it went down and came back for that reason. Okay, no worries. So this file system, right? So as we discussed, uh, it actually works using the NFS protocol or NFS service. So who has some Linux background, they can understand what is NFS and okay. And this is the protocol like in our Windows will be share folders, right? So you can create a folder in one machine. Let's say you have a laptop, let's say, and here you can create some folder and you can share it, and that folder you can access over the internet. I mean over the network you can access in another laptop. You can access that laptop, right? So like this dot dot you give some IP address 192.168.1.3 slash that folder name Satish data something. So over the network we can access, right? So this share folder in Windows use a protocol called, anybody any guess which protocol they'll use? SMB or yeah CFS also sometimes true, right? So the same thing, I mean this share folder, right? The same concept here in Linux we call it as NFS. That's it. It's another protocol. This is just an implementation in for Linux or in Linux. That's it. Okay, and that's what enough. So now, so prior creating the Elastic file system, what we need to do is, so we go to the Singapore and go to the security groups. We'll create a security group. We'll say that EFS firewall, and we'll add a rule for under here. We'll select the NFS. Where is NFS? Is it listed here? NFS? Yeah, it's there. You see, NFS is there. Just click on from all the location. So it will uh, allow the NFS protocol on this port number. Just click on create. Now we'll use this NFS firewall, sorry, this EFS firewall, which you just created. So while creating the Elastic file system, so this Elastic file system, as I told, it will work over the network, right? Same like this Windows. So this Elastic file system will have a security group in front of it, same like EC2 instance and all. So we have to allow that NFS protocol to come in. Otherwise, what will happen? Your request will not come and will not reach the your file system. I mean your storage. So for that reason, we need to create a security group and allow that NFS. Okay. Let's come back here. Click on create file system now. Now here we need to specify the. So you can see uh, we have to select the security group here. By default, it's selected a default security group. We'll remove that and I'll select the EFS firewall. So this one. So I'll select the EFS firewall in all the locations. So what it will do is actually, so this file system, like normally when you go with EBS volumes, EBS volume will be created in only one availability zone. But this Elastic file system actually will be created in a region. Will be created in a region, which means this Elastic file system will be available in all the availability zones. Okay, it will be available in all the availability zones. So that's why you can see it is listed in all the availability zones. If you don't want any availability zone, you can uncheck. If you don't want anything, I mean in AP South 1 East to C, but when we can say that, so let's say you don't have servers in 1C availability zone, then you can uncheck it, right? So by default, let's say if you have two servers, one is in 1A, one is in 1B, then you don't need 1C here. So which means whichever the servers are going to access this Elastic file system, this shared storage, right? So whichever the instances, so in which availability zone there will be. Normally in the organizations will go with the all the availability zones, because when we want to expand the instances in the after some time, we have to obviously go and choose that, right? So by default we'll select all, but the reason is like this: if you have, let's say, only one or two availability zones, like 1A 1B, you don't want 1C, then you can select, you can uncheck this one, right? So I need all the three availability zones, because I'll create three servers and access that storage. It's like that. So click on next step, and here there will be some options will be there, same in like elastic bean, elastic block storage. So we have general purpose one by default. If you want more performance, like in EBS we have provisioned apps, right? The same way here, max IO. Okay, so I mean general purpose is more or less, it will be sufficient for most of the time, 90%. But if you need more performance at the storage level, you can go with this max IO. Okay, and now here this is basically the IAPS related, and this is throughput. So we discussed about in EBS IAPS and throughput, right? So now which throughput mode you want, bursting or provisioned? Okay, so bursting means it's like some throughput will be there and you'll use that throughput. But if you want provision, let's say you want this speed, some speed you want, you can specify from 1 MB to 1 gig, the throughput. So 1 GB per second throughput I want, or 500 MB per second throughput. So you can mention it, right? Let's go to bursting. We don't want provisioned and all for our demo and all. And if you want enable encryption, you can enable it, right? And you can, we don't want this anyway. So if you want like infrequent storage, go to the uh, let's say, what is this option? Let's see, maybe it's kind of a new thing. What is this? Maybe it's basically, it's very similar to what we have seen in S3, right? So we can, in the lifecycle manager in S3, if you specify some days, right? So lifecycle management, lifecycle rules, so that what will happen after 1 year or 2 years, it will change the storage class. It's the same thing it's talking about. So it will move the files to the lower caste infrequent access storage class. Simple. If you want that, you can enable it, right? You just need to enable it, simple. That's it, nothing else. Okay, let's go on next step. Okay, this is the review page, right? Let's click on create. The file system is creating, so it will take some time. It will take some time to create and all, right? You can see that file system is created and all, and this is the file system we just created. You can see this is the one thing. Now you can see the storage, it doesn't have any storage, so that's why it's saying 6 KB, nothing is there. And if we expand it, here we can see all the information what we have used, the performance mode, file system, throughput, or encrypted, all the things there. And here it will be there. So easy to mount instructions, or if you want to mount this file system to on-premise servers, so you can mount this storage to wait, what happened? Yeah, I just need to click on here. So now you can see, so here if I click on this easy to mount instruction, so here only it will tell you how you can mount this file system. You can say this is how you need to follow the steps. You need to set up your Linux instance and you need to follow this, simple. Just need to execute this thing. Okay, but here if you come here and see, the mount targets are actually in creating. You can say it's creating. It will take some time and create. Right, mount target means basically the file system, as I told, which will be available for all the availability zones, right? So each availability zone, one target will be created. So using that target, we have to mount it. Okay, this mount instructions will be here only. You can see that yes, we have to execute these commands to do that. Okay, let's go here and here there are some servers there. I'll go and delete these servers. We don't need. Okay. Let's launch 3 instances in 3 different availability zone. I will go with the Linux. So we know, right, how we can select this one B. Security group will select Linux firewall, and we need to select this EFS firewall as well. Remember that we have to select that firewall EFS as well. Okay. We have to select while creating the file system and to the instances both. Remember this. So we'll use some key, auth key or something, launch instance, view instances. This is creating in 1B, right? Let's create one more in 1A and 1C as well. It's in 1C. You can view instances. Yes, we can do that. Here you can see it's there. On-premise mount instructions. You can do as well. Let's create in 1A as well. So 1A. So we'll say it as 1A server. We'll select the EFS firewall and Linux firewall. Review launch, launch. Done. We have created 3 servers. Now it has 3 servers here. Let's come down a bit here. Is it completed? Yep, you can see it's created. The targets have been completed. So now we can go and use it. So first we need to log into these 3 Linux servers. And in the documentation also you can see that instructions, how we can do and all those things, the steps. You can see here. All the things will be there. Here, and you need to, here you can see. Even the commands also there. It's also listed here. Okay. So just need to go and use that. And this is, you can find the same instructions and here as well. Okay, we have 3 servers. Let's go. First A server, so we can log into these servers. Yes, Rupesh, that's what I told. Like we can do that. We can mount it to our local Linux servers as well. Here I shown you, right? The instructions for on-premise mount. This here. Instructions are there. You just need to follow through. That simple. Okay, I'll copy to the. I'll open 1A, 1B. There's 3 servers. Click on session, SSH, remote session, specify user, EC2-user, advanced settings, which key file we have been used. auth key, right? Okay, and okay, we'll see this as it's 1A, right? 1A server. So 1A server. Just name it, session name. Click on OK. I can see it's a 1A server. The same way, we'll create 1B, 1C as well. We'll log into 1B, this is 1B. Then we logged into 1B as well. Let's go to 1C as well and log in. It's very simple configurations. You just need to go and execute that commands in these 3 Linux servers. These are 3 in different availability zones, and we'll share the same storage. Now this is the 1C server. Let's go and shift into root in all the 3 servers. And then we just go and we need to go and execute that commands. Whatever is there on the mount instructions. Simple. Okay. Let's go there. File system. And so click on this mount instructions here. So uh, if you're interested, you just go and study these things, right? You just need to go through it. I'll just use this one. We need to install this application in all the 3. Okay, once it is installed, we just need to come down and we need to create one directory, and then we need to go and mount it. Okay, so we'll create some directory in all the 3 servers again. Execute that same command so that it will create some directory, and then you can go and execute this command. Go and execute in all the it's done. Same here as well. It's done here as well. Done. Now if we go and execute the df-h command to see the information. So 1 second. You see that now? So this is the one we are talking about. Under EFS folder is there. Now let's say I will go to this EFS folder. Now here we don't have any data, right? When I click on ls. Now if I download some package, let's say I'll download something. Okay, this one is there. So there's some, this template is there, right? So zip file I'll download, copy link address, and I am downloading from 1A server. Okay, in the EFS folder, paste. It will download, and I'll unzip it. I'll unzip the download. Now you can see we have some files. I made it in 1A server. Let's go to the 1B server and go to EFS directory. Sorry, it should be EFS. And if ls, you can see all that files. And the same way here also 1C server, EFS, you can see. And if you want to create some directory, let's say make directory is the command to create. Satish data, something like that. And this will be, I created in 1C server, right? So it will be affected as well. Here you can see the data. You can access from all the servers, and all these three servers are in different availability zones, right? So this is how you can do it. So it's an unlimited storage. I mean, you don't need to worry about the storage provision and all. AWS will take care of it. As long as you're using, it will go and increase the file system. You don't need to worry about it, right? So if you want to delete, simple. You just go ahead and delete the file system, right? Now it's not looking into the one. It's like one hard drive is mapped to three servers. Think that way, Sandeep, so that you can understand, right? So if you, from one server, if I paste some data, I mean, if I place some data, the same drive, I mean, same hard drive is available here and here as well. So they can be able to see the data. So on a single location, it's not replication. No, it's not replication. The same location is accessed by multiple people, multiple servers. It's like that. So this is what EF is, Elastic File System. Okay. So let's take a break, guys. Let's take a break. And once we come back, so we have discussed some things. Now we'll discuss few more things, one or two services left, and then we'll go to the live projects and the certification things. Chalo guys, take a break for 10 minutes and we'll come back after the break. Thank you. Have a break. Hi guys, welcome back. Okay, let's get started. So we have seen like EFS, right? And let's go and understand the one more topic, which is called pricing. So it's just we have seen like some kind of practicals, right? Some lab sessions. Let's go and see some theory session. So this is all about the pricing actually. Okay. Now we have seen till now the simple thing is that if you want to know the pricing of any service, so what we need to do is you go to just search in Google. If you want S3 pricing, just search for S3 pricing. If you want CloudFront pricing, just search for CloudFront pricing. Simple, right? So there, if you go and see that, you can be able to understand the things. I mean, how the pricing will be there and how they will be, uh, you know, the pricing models and all those things will be able to see. Now here, the thing is that there are normally and just on the basis of the the service level, there are some important what you can say, some important types of pricing modes are also available. Okay, and that are those are actually um, okay, some audible, no issues, right? Okay, okay, it's fine. I'm just verifying it. Okay, now there are like apart from that service level, so if you take all the pricing into consideration, so when you want to go to that service level, we go to that each service and search for pricing. We'll get that information. We'll open the AWS documentation and we can see what is what, which is what kind of all the information we can be able to see. Now, but by default, if you take on whole account of the pricing, there are three types or three modes of pricing types available in AWS. And the first one is called on demand. Second one is called reserved pricing, and then third one is called spot pricing. So these are all the three different pricing models what we have in AWS. So on demand means which we already discussed, means it's very similar to the electricity. So when we talk about cloud, we'll talk about, when we talk about cloud pricing, we talk about electricity, right? So how much we used, based on that we will go and pay. So if I use for if I create 10 servers, I'll be paid for, I need to pay for 10 servers. Simple. It's as simple as that, right? So how many you used and how much you used, right? So based on that you will pay. So it will be like per hour billing will be there. Based on that we do. So when you go and search for AWS any service pricing, you will get this on demand pricing. So that's what on demand is all about. So by default this is the pricing, right? So it's very similar to electricity. So based on how much you use, you will be charged, right? And so if I create 10 servers and after 1 week we'll delete it, what will happen? So only for this 7 days only will be charged. In that month, what after every month AWS will generate the bill, right? So while generating the bill, it will see how much this account has been used till now. So let's say I has created 10 servers for 7 days. So the 10 servers bill will be added for only 7 days. This is what on demand means. This is the default pricing model in AWS. But this is default, and also this is kind of highest paid model. You can say that. You can say highest paid model means like when you are going with the default options, I mean default pricing, you will pay like end up paying more actually. You'll end up paying more on demand, yes, right? Now, if you want to reduce, let's say if you're thinking of reducing the cost, so in the organizations, always companies wants to reduce their cost, right? So to reduce the cost,
there are two options available for customers. One is reserved and other is spot. But so this is not which is mostly used. I mean, not this is not organization use case. You can say that because 99% people will not use this. I mean, organizations will not use this. Why and all will came to know, right? What is the reason and all, but most they will use this one, reserved pricing, right? So this reserved pricing is kind of like, uh, you can reserve the instances, EC2 instances. You can reserve RDS, these things you can reserve it. So what is this reserve means is that uh, this is basically if you go with reserved pricing, so you'll get around like from 30 to 75%. I mean, based on the service, based on the instance types, which you are using and how many you are using. Based on that, so you might get around benefit from 30 to 75%, right? So you might paying let's say 1,000 rupees, you might save from around 300 to 750. So in between anything, based on uh, how much you're using and all, based on that it will be differ. Okay, but you'll get more or less around 30 to 75% you will get the discount. So that is basically done by this resort pricing. Okay, now, but how we can opt for this resort pricing? How we can opt for this resort pricing? So let's go and understand with using a use case. I mean, we'll see how we can basically get this resort pricing, right? So, so here you can see there is an option to resort instances in instance category. Let's click on that over here. So, how can we get the resort instances? Click on this purchase resort instance. When you click on it, you might see like some options will be there. Okay, so what is this resort instance actually? So this resort instance, what we are doing here is that we'll buy some instance. We'll buy some instance, or you can say coupon. We'll buy some instance coupon. It's not the instance. We'll buy some instance coupon, and this can be bought for either 1 year or 3 years. So you can buy this coupon for it's kind of a coupon. Okay, you buy the coupon for 1 year or 3 years. So if you go and see here, you can see the term here. You can say either 1 year, 1 to 12 months, or 3 years, 12 to 36 months. You can specify. Okay, and you need to specify for which platform you want to buy this, which instance operating system you want to buy, Linux, Windows, whichever that, right? You have to select that, and then the uh, instance type, to which instance type you want. Okay, let's select one. So platform, instance type, and the term. Okay, these three are main here. Means if I buy a coupon for Red Hat C5D large, I can only apply for, I can only get the benefit of reducing the price for only Red Hat Enterprise Linux on C5D large instance type. Means if any instance of Red Hat Enterprise Linux with instance type C5D large is there in my account, then only that coupon will be applied. If not, that coupon will not be applied. The result pricing will not be applied. Okay, and this. So based on your requirement, how many servers you're using and what is the configuration, I mean OS and as well as instance type. So based on that, you go and buy this coupon. And there are few more options there. Like let's say the offering class, we'll discuss later. This offer. Let's go with this one, payment option. Now, when we are buying this coupon for what, 1 year or 3 years, right? So basically what we'll do is, let's take an example of if we take one server and the cost for a month is, let's say, $500. Okay, and if you pay for 12 months, so I mean, if it is 12 months, it's what, 12 multiply with 500. If it is 3 years, means 36 multiply with 500, some value will get. Okay, so this amount, actually what we need to do is, this amount, either we need to pay one time payment. If you want to pay one time, you can pay one time. Okay, or else, if you don't have that much financial, or you don't have that much commercial, then what you can do is, instead of paying one time, AWS has gave some options. What are those options are? You can pay with some EMI as well. You can pay with some EMI, and this EMI has actually two options. Same like if you go to buy a bike or a car, two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, the dealers will give some options, right? Or maybe when you're buying a home or plot flat, the same story, right? So you have to pay some down payment, and then the remaining amount, it will be equated monthly installments, right? So let's say if you're buying for let's take an example, 10 lakhs, you're buying something for 10 lakhs. Let's say you paid 3 lakhs, and remaining 7 lakhs, what they will do, so they will add some interest to it, some for 6% or 10% something, and then on total they will create some EMIs. So the EMI might be 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is. Okay, so here also the same story. So you can go with the EMI as well. So that EMI has two options. One option is that you'll be having the down payment option. Okay, down payment option. So this down payment will be decided by AWS, and then remaining will add some interest and will be equated monthly installments. So if you're buying that coupon for 1 year, it will be 12-month installments, 12-month EMIs. If you're buying for the coupon 3 years, then it will be 36 months EMI. Okay, this down payment will be decided by AWS, not us. And there is one more EMI, is that this is like, normally you might have seen somewhere, not every time, 0% down payment, zero down payment, or 1 rupee down payment, something like that you might see, some in electronics, or some in four-wheeler and two-wheeler, right? So this is the same thing. There's one more. The second type of EMI is called. So it is basically, so you don't need to pay anything. It's down payment, zero. Everything will be EMIs. They'll add some interest to it. So if it is you buy coupon for 1 year, 12 months EMI, same 3 years, 36 EMI, right? So so these three options are there. You can pay one time, or you can pay down payment plus some EMI, or you can pay total EMI. So you can go with the total. It's up to you. It's up to you, right? So it's up to you. So this one-time payment, we call it as full upfront. This one-time payment, we call it as full upfront. Where it is here, you can see the payment option. All upfront. Sorry, not full upfront. So if you pay one time, it's all upfront. And if you pay down payment, some down payment plus remaining EMI, then partial upfront. If you don't want pay any down payment, zero down payment, you want all EMI, that will be no upfront. Okay, let's click on search here. Now what I'm doing, I'm searching for a coupon, right? So basically what we're doing is we are buying in the pricing for a, it's 1 year is there, 36 months is, it's up to us. And if you go with, let's say 3 years here, search. So 3 years, 3 years, 3 years, 3 years, but it's all six are there, right? So the thing is that the six are basically for, so we have all upfront, partial upfront, and no upfront. So it's up to us. Like we can go and add to cart. Which one we want? You want to go with no upfront? Add to cart. Partial upfront? Add to cart. All you want to pay it one time? Add to cart. So then you can specify you need only one server or you need multiple servers. I mean, you want to go with the reserve pricing for one server or 10 servers or 50 servers. You can specify that how many servers you need and add to cart. So what will happen when you add to cart and complete, right? Checkout, then the the bill based on like if it is an EMI or one time will become in the next month bill. Will come in the next month bill. But here what we are doing, we are kind of buying a coupon. But when we click on add to cart, what will happen is that it will not create an instance. Okay, it will not create an instance. What will happen is we are just buying that coupon. Now we buy, let's say, two reserved things. One reserved for, let's say, RHEL R5 large. Let's take an example. R5 large for 3 years. And there is one more. I bought it. Second one. Let's say Windows. And this one C4 16 extra large. For 1 year I bought it. Okay, this Windows 2 I bought it. I paid, let's say, whatever that amount. I mean, how it is. Partial or full or no upfront, whatever it is. I just went ahead and paid. Now, in your receipt, as I told, when you buy this coupon, it will not create the instances, right? So now you already buy the instance, right? I mean, you buy this coupon. So now if already you have the instances, you don't need to create because you already have the instances. If you don't have, then you can go and create the instances, right? So what AWS will do is, let's say you have some couple of instances here in your account, different operating system, different instance types and all. Now in this, so what will do, you use for like 1 month, and at the end of the month, what AWS will do, AWS will generate the bill. So while generating the bill, what AWS will do is, so AWS will see, do this guy have any reserved coupons which he buy, which he bought or not. If he bought, it will see the configuration. How many he bought it? He bought it, let's say 2. Now he bought RHEL server. So let's say there are like some servers which are RHEL. 5 servers are there. Now in that 5 servers, what is the configuration? It should be R5 D large, right? So let's say these 2 servers are R5 D large. Now what AWS will do is, while generating the bill, one server bill will be in reserved pricing. It will generate, okay, and the remaining servers it will be generated in on demand. And the same way there are Windows 1 server is there. So let's say Windows C4 extra large, only one server is there. This is the only one server. Then only this server will be priced in reserved, and remaining all Windows instances, they will be priced in on demand. Now bill will be generated like this based on your coupons. It will. So if you pay this reservation amount all upfront, means you already paid upfront. One time payment you paid. So for this instance, it will not be listed. And the same with here also, it will not be listed because you already paid that amount, right? So it will not be listed anymore. And remaining, it will be mentioned. Okay. Remaining, the on-demand remaining ones, it will be mentioned in the bill. The bill will be generated, you have to pay. Now here, if you go with not all upfront, you went with some EMI, either type 1 or type 2, 0% or some down payment, whatever it is. So both will have some EMI, right? Some EMI amount. So that EMI amount will be mentioned if it is an EMI. That will be added to your bill here. So, but when AWS is generating the bill, it need to check for the coupon which you bought. It need to match exactly. It need to match exactly. Okay. So what it will do is, you bought that reservation while generating the bill. If you have the servers with the same configuration, that server configuration will be mentioned in result. Okay, let's take an example. You bought this R5 large, C416 extra large, but you don't have any server which is mapping, which is matching any of this configuration. Now what will happen? So what will happen is that all these servers bill will be in on demand. All these servers bill will be in on demand, will be mentioned in on demand. And then this, whatever you already bought these coupons, right? So if it is an all upfront means you already paid, you will not be charged. But if it is EMI is there, that EMI also will be added to your whole bill because you already bought it. Okay, so this is how basically the resort pricing will work. Understand? Anybody have any questions here? And if you have to see like how it will be saved, how much it will be saved on 1 year, 3 year term, let's go to AWS calculator. There is no, so we can use this application to estimate. It's just a simple calculator application. So what I'll do, we'll try to see the pricing so that we can understand how it will look like. Let's go to add a new row, create some, okay, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, C5 extra large. Let's take an example, close and save. And here you see there is a billing option. Click on here and you see here. Now if you go with on demand, C5 extra large Red Hat Enterprise Linux, every month you will be charged this much per hour. This is the cost. So every month you have to pay for $168, 36 cents for one server. If you have the same configuration 10 servers, you need to multiply every month. So if you use it 1 year, you will end up paying $2,000. If you use 3 years continuously, it will be like $6,000. Let's say if you go with maybe 1 year reserved, either no upfront or partial upfront or upfront, any of it, you see that 1 year cost. When you go with on demand, you're paying around $2,000. When you go with any of the reserved pricing, how much you're paying? Just only $1,400. And a 1 year payment, for one instance we are saving around like $600, right? For one instance, if we have 100 instances, $600 into 100 per year, how many it will be? $60,000 you will save, right? So, and if maybe if you buy 3 years, let's say, what is if it is an upfront, all upfront, partial upfront, whatever it is, right? So partial upfront or whenever it is, you see that. So if you use for 3 years on demand, you're paying 6,000, right? $6,000. Wherein if you see for, if you go with either no upfront and all, you see how much you're paying? 3,400, 3,300, just 3,200. It's almost like flat 50. Yes or no? We are paying 3,000. When we go with this resort pricing here, we are paying $6,000. It's almost flat 50. It's like, so this is the benefit I told you, right? So you'll get from 30 to 75%. So here we are getting around like, I think 35% something. Here we are getting flat 50% here. So if you go more on it, you'll get more. So this is what basically. So this is how it will be. The resort pricing will give us some option to reduce, right? And here, one bad thing about resort pricing, it's all good till now. What we have seen, it's all good, great. But one bad thing with the resort pricing is that, so when you buy this, let's say for either 1 year or 3 year, when you buy it, either you paid for all upfront one time, or you paid for EMI and all, EMI type 1 or type 2. If you purchase, there is nowhere you can return it back. Let's say you buy for 3 years one license, Red Hat Linux C5D large, you buy for 3 months, sorry, 3 years. And after 6 months, the requirement is no longer existing. I mean, you don't need that server. Is it fine now, Harpal? Okay. Now, let's see. So after 6 months, the requirement is gone. I mean, you don't need that server. But you cannot, if you go to AWS and say that I bought for 3 years, but my requirement is no longer available, can you refund the amount for 2.5 years? AWS will not do that. So when you buy that, you have to use it. Okay, remember this. This is the one very good thing to note. If you did a mistake, it's a very bad thing. Okay. So it's like you have to pay, even there's no way to refund. And the one more thing is that, as I told, if your configuration is matched or not, you'll be charged. So if it is matched, the configuration, yes, it cannot be refundable. That's what I'm saying, right? So if it is matched, the matched server's pricing will be in reserved. Okay. But if it is not matched, obviously that EMI amount will be added in your bill. Okay. You have to make sure that. Okay. And for that reason, there is one option has been given by AWS, which is called offering class, which we have convertible and standard. So first, let's try to understand this convertible so that you can understand standard. Let's say you bought C5D. Let's say you bought C5D 9 extra large. You bought it. Okay. C5D 9 extra large. You bought it with the convertible one. You bought it. Let's say. So after 6 months, you don't need this C5D 9 extra large requirement. Then what you can do is, if you go with this convertible, you can change this reserved coupon to either a 4x large or 2x large or maybe 16 extra large. Means you can change in the same class, C5D class. You can change. You can go with lesser ones or you can go with higher ones. But it cannot be refunded, but you can change the configuration. You can change only the configuration of instance type, not the operating system. Okay. We can change that coupon from 9x to 4x, 2x or 16x or 32x, whatever is available, we can change. Only when we go with convertible. That is what convertible. But if you bought a standard one, what will happen? You will not have this option. Standard means you cannot change. So that's why if you see the pricing, there will be a difference between these two. If you go with standard, will be obviously, um, you see a difference between, obviously, right? Let's go there and see here. You can get the idea. Now, 3-year all upfront reserved. Okay. 3-year all upfront convertible. So what is 3-year all upfront reserved? How much it is? 3,200. This one convertible 3,500. So convertible a bit high when you compare with the standard. This is standard, which we cannot change, and this is convertible, which we can change it in that instance type family, C5 or CD, whatever it is, right? So yes, obviously, because it's giving the option of like changing the instance, so it will be costly. So you need to select which one you want based on, right? So for this reason, we cannot refund, and there is only one option to change if we have the convertible. So that's why people, what they will do in the organization is that for dev and 1 second. Okay, for for dev and testing environments, people will go with the on demand. And for production resources, production websites and production applications, they will go with reserved, because production means you will need to run for years, right? 1 year, 10 year, your application will run for a year. Take an example of your company website. It should be available, right? Always. So you for that thing you can buy for 1 year or 3 years, because you know that production servers need, I mean the production application needs to be run, right? So it's like that. Wherein for development and testing, if there is a requirement comes, your, I mean development team works for maybe 15 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 1 quarter, or maybe max 6 months. But for a requirement, people will not do the development for 1 year or 3 years, right? If you have a development contract for 1 year and 3 years, go with this result. If you don't have, go with this demand, on demand. The same with testing. So testing also normally will be done within a week or maybe max 15 days. If it is a big application, they might take 1 month. I don't think it will take 1 month for any application, but I'm saying 1 month, right? So for that reason, you can go, I mean, for develop and test, you can go with on demand. Production, you go with result. Okay, this is what it is. And then the last one, which we have, the third option, which is kind of an interesting one, which can confuse also, which is called spot pricing model. Okay, it's a spot. So this spot is actually is based on the bidding concept. So initially this spot, I'll tell you how it is started, but it's changed a bit now. Okay, so initially when this spot pricing came, what we need to do is we need to bid. So normally bidding will happen for the property and all those things, right? Some historical things. The same way you go and bid for the instance capacity. So for a Windows or Linux, for some instance type, whatever it is, you specify your amount. I'll pay $2 per hour. You say. If AWS likes it, what AWS will do is AWS will give you the instance so that you can go and create the instance. Your request will be succeeded, your instance will be created. In reserve pricing, we are not creating the instance. We are just buying the coupon that will be applied at the billing time. But here it's not like that. It will be created. I mean, if that uh, bid liked by the AWS, it will be created. Otherwise, it will not be. Your request will fail. It's like that, right? And the one more thing is that, so this bidding process or the bidding price actually fluctuates like a stock market. Sometimes it might go down, sometimes it might uh, go up. We don't know. So if you want to see how it will be, let's go ahead and click on this spot request here above the resort instances. We have the spot request here. You can see pricing history. We can see the history graph. Okay, so if you want some operating system, let's say Windows, some instance type, let's say M5D large, 4 extra large instance. If you want to see in the last 3 months, this will be based on availability zone. Let's say I want to see only one availability zone. Now we see here in the last 3 months, in Singapore, M5D 4 extra large instance type is uh, at initial days in the last 3 months, it was like around 1.5, 1.6, but now it's almost same. On demand price is 1.8640 per hour. Now even that I mean the spot price is also 1.8640. 1.8640. So this is not a proper example. Let's go and see a different one. Let's say, yep, this will be a good example. Let's go with this 1C here. Now this Windows M4 16 extra large What is the on-demand price? $9.07 per hour. Okay. But what is the spot price? 3.9. You see the difference? So this is a, you can see here it is around some 3.9 something. Sometimes it went high bit here and even higher here sometimes, and it came down, and it's continuously around 3.9 something like that. So this will go up or come down. We don't know like when it will come. So here what we need to do is basically when you want, let's say, Windows instance of some instance type, you have to say how much you will pay. Let's say you will say $10 per hour you want to pay. Okay, if the AWS like this bill, AWS will give the instance. So instance will be created and you can use this instance as long you want. Okay. Now, when you say $10 per hour, your instance is running, but you will not be charged for $10 per hour here. You will not be charged for $10 per hour. What will happen is that, so what is the current bidding price is happening? Now it's, let's say you see it's changed 4.3 now, 4.13, right? It's 4.13. Now what will happen? You mentioned $10 per hour, but you will only pay as whatever is current one, which is 4.13. One second, guys. I guess I'm back now. So what is actually currently running? So it's currently now running. It's $4.13 something, right? So you'll be charged this. Okay, but when you will be charged $10, right? So let's say, think like this is increasing. After 1 week, it is increased to $6. Let's say after 1 month, it is $7. After 6 months, let's say it came back to, I mean, this price, spot price came to $10. So at that point of time, you will pay $10. But till that time, whatever is actually the one, you will pay here. Okay. After 6 months, it is. Next day, after seventh month, it went to $12 per hour. It went to $12 per hour. In that case, what will happen? You mentioned $10 only you'll pay, but it is given, it is now going at $12. In that case, what will happen is that initially, when spot came, the spot pricing came, your bidding price is lesser than the current on the, I mean, spot price, right? Then what will happen? Immediately, AWS will terminate your instance without any notice. AWS will terminate your instance. So you don't need to worry about the data because the data will be there in where? EBS. So this pricing, spot pricing is all about the instance. So your instance will be deleted, but your volumes will be there. So you can go and associate that volumes with another instances. You can get your data, but your instance will be deleted. But now what they did, they changed a bit. This is kind of an awkward kind of a thing. So that's why they changed something. What they did is that they have given an option for, if you go to the spot request spot instances, they given an option for automated billing. They given an option for automated billing. So what will happen is this, in this automated billing is that, right? So I mean, there are a lot of things changed here, seems to be. down a bit here. Oh, this is kind of a new thing actually. So what they did is that they have given some options. You see here, so your requirement, if your requirement is for 1 to 6 hours, then you go with this defined duration workloads. I mean, you need instances for 1 to 6 hours, then you can go with. Uh, but let's try to understand first why we go with spot instances. So the reason is why we go with spot instances is so you will get up to 90% off on demand pricing. This is not always true, but you might get up to 90% off on demand. Let's say if one instance per hour $10 is there, if you go with on demand, you might get only charged for $1 or maybe $2. So like that. So you'll get around 90% reduction on the on demand. So obviously everybody will try to go, right? But this is not, as we discussed, it's not as good as your on demand or reserved. This might go down at any point of time. So that's why based on your requirement, people can go and choose. So only few people will use this, not all. Not all the people will use it. So that's why. So if your requirement is for just 1 to 6 hours, you can specify this how many hours you want your instance. Or if you want for some big data workloads, Hadoop and all those things, you select this. If you want some normal batch jobs or CI/CD jobs and all those things, you go with this. But you want some load balancing workloads, you need for web servers and all those things, you go with this. So based on your requirement, we can give us the option of, I mean, we can select which option based on, I mean, which of the option based on our requirement, right? And here, while creating, once we specify something, whenever, whatever we want, and then here we need to specify which from which AMI it need to be created, which instance type, in which VPC, which availability zone, which key pair. So all these things, whatever we normally mentioned in the, and how many you need, right? So all these things, basically, what will happen is that it will, we need to specify it. As I told, it will create an instance, right? So now if you come down a bit here, you can see there is some request details here, additional. So there is apply default is selected, but let's uncheck this one. And if you see here, you can specify, set your max price if you want. This is what I'm telling. If you say $10, as long as it is less than $10, it's fine. If it is more than that, you'll be done. Your instance will be deleted. Otherwise, you can go with default. So what will happen? This default, this is what I'm saying. There's a bit changed. Something has changed in it. So what is this default now means? So now whatever is actually happening with that spot pricing, I mean, whatever the amount is, that amount only you'll be charged. So you don't need to specify the max price, or you don't need to bid here. You just need to specify the time. You want 6 months or 1 year or 2 years. You need to mention the time, the valid, how much time you need this server request valid from to 2. You need to specify. So I mean, how many months or days are you need. So what will happen in the days? So as I told, the spot price will sometimes will go up, sometimes will go down, right? It's like this. So let's take an example, this 5, 10, 2 here. Now at this time, you'll be charged for $5. Here you'll be charged for $10. Here you'll be charged for $2. Here will be charged again $5. It's like that. So based on, if it is increased, you will be charged for 10, decreased, charged for 2, normal 5. It's like that. So you will be go with the default one, so that your instance will not be deleted unless you go and delete, right? But you will be charged whatever is the current spot instance price, whatever it is. If it is lesser, you'll pay less. Sometimes it might go more than on demand also. Remember this. Okay. That is also there, but most of the time that will not be the case. That will not go, right? Most of the time the on demand is will be the max. But where in the previous times we have seen sometimes it is went more than on demand also, went more than. But in the after they did some changes and all, from initial to now what we have, they did some changes. Now it's like kind of it's not reaching more than on demand. But initially there were times we faced that we paid more than on demand. Okay, so this is what basically it is. And here we go and launch, we specify whatever is apply default means it's basically the demand one. So keep the request for 1 year. If you don't want for 1 year, you can specify. So if you say 1 year, what will happen? Your instance will be there for 1 year, and after 1 year it will be terminated. Okay, like this. Now what I'll do, let's go with and create a spot instance. I want some this web server. Let's say load balancing workload. Come down a bit. I will use Amazon Linux. Let's say this one, Amazon Linux. C3 large. Okay, C3 large is fine for me. VPC availability zone, auth key, it's all fine, good. And I'll go with the defaults only. This default only I'll go with it. So it will basically use default pricing, and 1 year will be there. But if we want, we can go and terminate it in mid. But if we didn't terminate, it will be valid for 1 year, right? Okay, so I'm going with the defaults here. Click on launch. Now what will happen when we click on launch here? So AWS will create. Now you can say spot request successfully created. Click on OK. Now AWS created, we have submitted that request. If AWS like that request, right, AWS will go and create the instance of that specified configuration, whatever we mentioned, C3 large, right? So whatever that instance type which comes under, actually it's giving all the options like C3, T2 median, C4. I mean in that range. So which if that exact instance is available type, it will be created. Otherwise, a similar one will be created. Okay, let's go there and see that. It's taking some time. It will take some time. Now we just submitted, right? Now you can see it's active. So then you can see the status here. It's pending fulfillment. So it will go and create the instance. Take some time. So this a normal instance will be created. I mean, instance will be created, and instance will be created here only. Okay, it's taking some time. Let's wait. It's taking some time. Give the time. So till the time, what I'll do, I'll go to RDS. We need to do some real-time implementations, right? So what I'll do is I will create a database. Before creating a database, I'll go to the parameter groups. Sorry. I'll go to the parameter groups. I'll create a parameter group of MySQL. It's a 5.6. I'll go with MySQL 5.6. MySQL config something. And I'll change one configuration here in this, which we already did actually in our that max allowed packet, because we want to use some application for our, I'll use a 3-tier application for our deployments. Okay, this I'm changing max allowed packet. Just click on save changes. Okay, cancel editing. We did that. If we go to this and see compare, oh, 1 second. Let's refresh. If we go and see here, compare, oh, it's not there. We did change, right? Let's go and see. Max allowed packet. Yes, we changed it only. Maybe it will take some time. Okay, it's fine. Now, with this configuration changed, I will create a database. I'll create a database. I'll use that configuration because the application which you are going to use for this live demonstration needs that change. Okay. When you're doing that practice, you can also do that. Okay, I'm using this one, MySQL 5.6, OT2 micro. Settings, let's say live app, some application. I'll use some username password. Next, I'll go with the default VPC and default configurations. I need public accessibility, yes. And security groups, I'll choose this Linux firewall. And database name I don't need. Okay, here parameter group, I'll specify that MySQL config. Only that. Remaining all, I don't need any, so I don't need any backups as well. I'll just go with the 0. Remaining, it's all fine. I'll just click on create a database. So it'll take some time to create. So it's creating, so it'll take some time. Let's wait. So till that time, we'll come back here. And you see, there is C3 large instance created. It's active. C3 large instance created and it's working. So this is Spot instance, right? Spot server. Like this. So if we go and cancel this request, we can go and cancel it actually. If you go and cancel it, what will happen? Instance will be terminated. But if you didn't terminate it till 1 year, it will be there. So whatever is that spot pricing, it's going up, coming down, based on that will be charged. So these are basically, you can do it, right? So understand, anybody have any questions on this pricing and all? You guys have any questions? Okay, seems like not much questions there. Chalo then. So we'll take a break. We'll take one more break. So this time, what I'll do, I'll give you a 15 minutes break, guys. Right, we'll come back after 15 minutes. So if you want to take some breakfast or something, anything, so maybe had a coffee or tea, something, you can go ahead and do it. Because as I told, it's a longer session because it's a last one, right? So we might have one and a half kind of a session left, one and a half hour kind of a session. So that's why take 15 minutes break. And once we come back, we'll see the certification related live production, some things and all those things we'll see. Done? Shall guys take a 15 minutes break, okay? Remember this. Thank you. Come back after 15 minutes. Hi guys, welcome back. So let's get started. Let's get started with the things. Okay, we have created this instance, right? So let's go and log into this instance. So it's a Spot instance, will not make much difference here. Okay, I'll just close these sessions here. So it's the same Linux, nothing will differ. It's just an instance. Only the pricing will be different. That's it. We have, okay, choose with, okay, it's a security group issue. It's selected with the default. Let's go and add Linux firewall. It's logged in. Let's shift into root. We can do it. So we can do all sort of things. Here it's a normal thing. So we can do it. Okay. Now we've created a Spot server. Now what we'll do, we'll start the few things. Some live projects will start. Okay. So what I'll do is I will try to take some live implementations using some of the concepts which we discussed. Right. So I'll not take all the concepts which we discussed, but only few concepts will take it. And then what we'll do, we'll try to use. So in the organizations, how they will use. Right. So we'll take 1 tier application, 2 tier applications, and 3 tier application. 1 tier means an application which has only uh, one layer, like HTML websites or JavaScript website, CSS websites, some static websites, which has only one layer, right? Web layer. And then we'll go with the 2 tier, like WordPress application. So where it has a web layer and as well as database layer. It needs a backend database. That's 2 layers. And then we'll go to the one more layer, which is called 3 tier, third layer, 3 tier server, 3 tier application, which can have both 3 layers. Like we need to have application layer, database layer, and in we'll be having the web layer also. So application files will be there, application server will be there, web files will be there, and databases also will be there. So we'll try to implement this architecture, 3 layer architecture, 3 different applications, so that you can understand normally how it will be created. So I'll use different options for it. Okay. So first we'll go with the one layer. So till now what we did, let's take the same example as the HTML one. Okay. If you want to install that HTML websites, what we did, install, create an instance, install web server, place the content. Now what I'll do, I'll create a S3 bucket, and then in that bucket, I will host the website. So in that, so instead of, creating an instance, we can use a bucket to host the website hosting. Okay. Now to do that, to host the websites, what we need to do is we need to create the bucket. We need to create the bucket with the same name as the website name. So with what is the website name you want to use for this? For the website, some whatever the www dot something or some. So you will be having some, right, some name, your website name. So we have to use that name to create the bucket. Let's say I want to create a website with web dot, let's say gravenlabs.com, something like that. Then what we need to do, we need to create the website with, sorry, the bucket with that name. So this is recommended and this is mandatory. If you want to if you want to host a website with some name, you need to create that name. The bucket name should be that. Okay, click on create. Oh, somebody is already created with that name. Somebody, okay. Okay, media.gravenlabs.com. Let's try this. Okay, it's created. Now what I'll do, we'll enable the website hosting in this bucket, media.gravenlabs.com. How we can do it is just go to that bucket, go to the properties, and here we'll be having static website hosting. Click on it, and we need to enable it. Let's come down a bit. Okay, use this bucket to host a website. And here you need to specify the document, which is the index file. So it's an HTML file. So it's index.html. Click on save. Now the bucket hosting has been done. This is the only thing we need to do it. And one more thing what we need to do is we need to go to this permissions and we need to change this public access settings. Okay, click on edit, uncheck all these things. I'll let you know why. Uncheck all these things. Just click on confirm to confirm. Let's go to the overview. And here we don't have any data, right? We have, I mean, we have installed the that website hosting, but we don't have any content. Let's go and upload some files, which are some website. Okay, I'm just dragging and dropping it here. I'm selecting, I dragged the folders and I've selected the files. Click on upload. Some website, template website I uploaded. Okay, this is the one. Now we enable the website hosting and we change some permissions here, and now come back here. Now how we can access this? So if you go to the properties, so if we click on static website hosting, you can use this bucket. There will be a bucket endpoint will be there. So every bucket will have an endpoint. Same like the DNS name will be created for EC2 instance, load balancer, RDS, right? It's the same way it will be created. So if you open this link, normally what will happen, you see that we are getting an error. It's saying access denied, right? So by default, what will happen is, why we'll get it? This error is, so normally when you go and upload any content in a bucket, it will be private. It will be private to that bucket and private to that account. But now what we're trying to do, we are using the endpoint to get the data. We're trying to read the static pages of the HTML pages. We're trying to read that. That's why it's saying access denied. You cannot read it directly. By default, it will be private. So what we can do is select and go to the actions. There is an option called make public will be there. Click on make public and click on make public. So it's by default will be private. So what we did, we made it public. So if this want to make it public, you need to disable that permission thing. Otherwise it will not allow to do it. Okay, remember that. And then now if we go and refresh, we'll see the website. This is a website. Good. We have some website is displayed. No, but we'll not use this host name, right? Media dot something. We'll not use this one. So we have to use some proper name. So in that case, what we'll do? So we'll go to Route 53, simple. And we create a mapping that we already seen. Sorry. Oh, there is somebody already created some media, so I'll delete it. So you create after the session, guys, if somebody has created. Now you can see there is one more thing which I need to tell you, which I didn't cover it in Route 53. There's one thing is called, there's an option called alias record. So what is alias record is, if you are mapping a name to a DNS, or sorry, AWS target, AWS resource, like an S3 website, Elastic Load Balancer, or CloudFront, Elastic Beanstalk environment URL, any of this. So if you are using that, you can go with this alias record. You can go with this alias record. So what is the advantage of alias record is that it's free. The only free thing in Route 53 is this alias record. It's free and also it's much faster. And it will resolve faster when you compare with other records. This alias record will be, so alias means it's the same like a CNAME. We'll map it to a name. Alias means we are mapping it to a name. CNAME is also the same story. We'll map it to a name, but CNAME can be mapped to any name, any website name. But this alias can be mapped to only the AWS resource names, endpoint, DNS name, host names like that. And it is free and it is faster. Okay. We are mapping it to media to this one. Click on create. 1 second. Invalid value. Which one it is? Seems to be fine only, right? Create again. Media alias. So do one thing. Copy this name. Invalid value. Some issue seems to be. Anyway, do one thing. Let's go with CNAME only. But that is what basically alias it is. Okay. So free record, we can do that. Okay, we did it. Now, instead of using this media gravelabs.com bucket name, what we'll do, we'll properly use this name so that we'll get the website. Now you can see. So it is hosted on S3 bucket. Now you see, we have only one layer, right? Only web files are there. No database, no application, just only the web files there. And what we did, we hosted on, oh, sorry, it's not bucket, right? On an S3 bucket, right? So this is how you can do it. So if you get any requirement for static website hosting, then go with this S3 bucket. Simple, straightforward, and very easy to configure. Okay, this is one way. This is one tier. We have only one layer. Okay, this is one tier application. Now let's go with 2-tier and 3-tier. So first I'll go with 3-tier here. Not 2-tier. First I'll go with the 3-tier. So for 3-tier, what I'll do, I will take an application called OpenCMS. It's a Java-based application. Okay, it's a Java-based application, and this Java-based applications can be configured only on Tomcat. So this will be your web layer, OpenCMS application, and this will be your application server, and this application needs a database as well, MySQL. So this will be database layer. So we'll have OpenCMS application web files, application server, Tomcat, and MySQL database. 1, 2, 3-tier architecture. Right now we'll see how we can architect this 3-tier architecture application in the AWS. So let's go and download to OpenCMS. Search with OpenCMS download, you'll get that. Before that, first we'll go and log in. I think we already logged in, right? We already logged in here. So to install, first we'll install Tomcat, and then what we'll do, we'll place that content on the Tomcat server. Okay. So to install Tomcat, we need Java, right? We already seen in the Windows also in security groups when we install Tomcat. But in this Linux, it's already there. Java is already there. We don't need to install. We can directly go and install it on. Just search for Tomcat download. Install it on Linux. We don't need to worry of Java again here. Now come down a bit. Okay. Search for this anything that's tar or whatever it is, tar or zip file. Just click on it, but it will be downloaded here. What I'll do, I'll just cancel it. Copy this link. We need the link actually. Okay. Go here, wget download. It's a tar archive. We just need to extract. This is a command to extract. Okay, once it extracted, you see there is a folder is created. So you just need to go to that folder. Sorry. And here now we don't need to install in Linux actually. We can directly start it. We don't need to install it. Okay. So to start it, what we can do is you can use Windows also for this purpose. If you want, instead of doing it in Linux, what you can do, you can install Tomcat in Windows, and you can do that also. It's not like only you can do it in Linux. Okay. Now here I'll go and go to this bin directory, and here to start, just execute this command. We can start the service Tomcat, and it will be started. Let's go and see. So as I told you, if you want, you can go and do it in Windows also. You go and do it. The same procedure, you can do it in Windows also. Don't worry. 8080. Is this open in Linux firewall? I'm not sure. Let's go and see. Maybe add the application firewall as well. App firewall as well. So that. Yeah, we got it. We install the Tomcat. Tomcat is done, right? Now application server is done. Now database we already created, right? Already created the database. Now we need to download the application, and then we need to install it. So to do it, what we need to do is, so we need to download this application and place this file in the Tomcat web server folder. Tomcat server folder. Simple. So go to this OpenCMS distribution. There is a beta is also there. Let's go with this one, standard. Click on more information. Come down a bit. You can see there is a download option. Click here to download. It will be downloaded, but it is downloading here to my local machine, right? Cancel it. Copy the link and go to cd change to root directory and download here. So the zip file will be downloaded. We need to unzip it. And then once it is unzipped, there will be it's a Java application, right? So it will be a var file will be there. So Java applications normally in the .var file. So that var file we need to take and place it in the Tomcat server folder. Okay. unzip this open CMS, and you see that this is the one I'm talking about. If you ls, you can see that this is the open CMS var file. So what we need to do, we need to move that open CMS var file to the Apache Tomcat. Under this, we'll be having a folder called web apps under Tomcat. So that is basically the uh, uh, Tomcat server folder. Just need to enter. Now we have placed it. So in Windows, you just need to do the same thing. Copy this and paste it in Tomcat web apps folder in Windows. Okay, it will be installed to C program files. Go to the Tomcat folder, then place it under the Tomcat folder. You'll find a web apps folder in Windows. Place that var file. Simple. I mean, if anybody wants to do the same implementation in Windows. Okay. Now once we place it, we need to restart the Tomcat actually. So I'll go to the binary directory. Here there are some scripts will be there to stop and start and all those things. Okay. Now I'll shut down. Okay, it will shut down. And if we go on refresh, you will not get the access. We are not getting the access, right? Now let's go and start. Let's refresh. Okay, it's came. Now our website should not have this 8080 kind of, right? So that's why what I'll do, I'll create a load balancer. We'll do the this one. This we already did it in load balancer section, right? So we'll use a load balancer to forward this. So we'll open load balancer name. It will forward to 8080. Assign security groups. I will go with Linux. And we need 8080. It will check on 8080. And this part server we want to use it. Add tags, create. This will be created. So instead of using basically accessing an 8080, we can access using the load balancer name. So we'll use this name. But again, I don't want this name. So we'll use a proper website name. For that reason, what I'll do, I'll create a record, maybe app.gravanlabs.com. So here I will use alias record. Now you see, it's a load balancer. I placed it. Click on create. Okay, so there is already one guy created app.groundlabs.com. So that's why it's not creating. That is a reason. Okay, I'll delete these two records. I'll create one more time. App alias. Click on create. Now we see we have created an app.groundlabs.com. It's an alias record. You see. Okay. This is how. Now instead of like we accessing using the load balancer name, we can use a proper name of what app.groundlabs.com. Tomcat will open. Oh, what happened? So we started Tomcat, right? Yeah. Ah, it's coming now. Okay, it came. Tomcat came. But now we need to install that application, right? Open CMS application. So how we need to do it is, so on that URL, enter this open CMS, the application name /setup. This will be go and install it. It's very similar to WordPress installation. We just need to provide some database details and click next, it will install. Okay, let's go ahead. Yes, remember this URL /open CMS /setup. Okay, continue. Here we need to specify what is the username and password, the database details. Okay, So here in the place of localhost, we need to specify the endpoint of the database. This one. Copy the endpoint, and in the place of localhost, paste it. That's it. Okay. It will create the database and all those things it will do. We don't need to worry about that. Click on continue. Now it will start installing. We don't need to worry about. And this application will take around half an hour or 40 minutes to install actually. It will take a good amount of time to install. What happened? Taking some time. So if you see the architecture, how I created it. Sorry. Okay, first we have okay, think like this is the root 53 domain name, app dot something. Okay, and then under that we have a load balancer. Strike, this is the load balancer. Okay, and this load balancer will forward it to the instance, and then we have the database. Think like this is a database. This is a name, what app dot grabandlabs.com, route 53 domain. It will map to load balancer. This will take AAT request on AAT port and forward it to AT80, where we have Tomcat is running, and in under the Tomcat we have the OpenCMS application that will integrate with the RTS. Oh, there's an issue. Reload. I think it's an issue with the database. I got it. I understand where is the issue is. Firewall seems to be the issue. We need to open the 3306 port. That's same. Yes, it's a story. That's a problem. Now I see it's came now. It's just that issue of the thing. Let's click on continue. Click on continue again. Now click on continue. Just click on continue, continue. That's it. You don't need to do anything. And this will start. It will import, it will install some modules and all those things. So forget about this application. So what it will do and all, right? So think like this is the 3-tier architecture we just installed. You see that. This is the one. Okay. As I told, it will take some good amount of time, right? So this is in basically it's a good amount of time it will take. And once it is done, I'll show you how the application will look like. So it will take some time. Let's give that time. So till that time, we'll go back and create one more architecture. We'll go and create and one more architecture. See for a few more minutes, Mohammed, and let me know if it is the same. Okay, now this time I want to go with the 2-tier architecture. In this 2-tier architecture, what I'll do is I'll use the same WordPress application only. But what I'll do, I'll create in a highly available architecture. Means what I'll do is, okay, this will be route 53. Take an example. So what I'll do, I'll create a load balancer. Under that, we'll create some instances. This one instance and this one more instance. So if I want to put some color, yep, I've inserted some colors. Okay, this one, and this is what the load balancer. Also add some colors to it. Perfect. Now this load balancer, two instances, and I'll create a database. Sorry. Okay, I don't want to do all this fancy stuff. Let's go and do this database. Let's take an example. And this will be created with multi-AZ. Okay, now what I'll do here is that, so I'll use this some name, some name I'll use. So let's say www.gravelabs.com. I'll point it to this load balancer, and I'll create two servers in AZ1 and AZ2, and I'll create a database RDS with multi-AZ. Now AZ1, AZ2, two servers are there, multi-AZ database is there, load balancer is already highly available. Now I'm creating an architecture which is highly available across availability zones, and I will deploy this WordPress application. Okay, let's see how we can do that. Let's do it in Mumbai. Yep, let's go to Mumbai and do the same, that architecture. First, we need a database for this. So I'll go to the create a database. Click on MySQL is fine. This WordPress application, I want, yep, this one, dev test, but I'll create with multi-AZ as I told, right? T2 micro, multi-AZ deployment, yes. Give some name, username, password. Next. Just go with all the things, it's fine. Database name, I'll say WordPress. I don't need the backups. Create database. This will create the database. And in this time, as it is creating, I'll create the load balancer, and as well as I'll create a server, EC2 instance. Launch an instance. I'll go with this Amazon Linux one. And here we'll add the script of our bootstrap script for WordPress application. I will give tag names later. We'll go with Linux firewall. Anyway, we'll not log in, but we'll make sure that we have created a proper key. Okay, and this will install the so it's creating in, okay, let's say I'll say web 1 server. This is, and I'll create the load balancer. I'll associate it this server. Let's give some name. Security group Linux will be fine. I'll add this web 1. Click on close. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll associate a name with it instead of using this one, right? So we'll use a name called www.gravelabs.com. So I mapped an alias record again with the www.gravelabs.com. Okay, let's wait because the instance need to be created, the database need to be created. Just wait. Okay, till the time we'll go and see the CLI, AWS CLI. So what is AWS CLI, command line interfaces? Okay, so this AWS CLI is basically it's a command line interface. CLI means command line interface. We have seen in IAM section that we can interact with AWS couple of ways, right? So we have seen that console, we normally go with it console, and then the other is we can go with even the tools that also we have seen, right? And then we can have an option to go with the CLI as well. I mean, we can interact with AWS using the CLI. The CLI will be useful for some command line. Command line will be used. The CLI means most probably for some automating some task. If you want to create some, uh, what you can say that if you want to create some automated task, such like we have seen in EBS snapshots creation, we have a lifecycle manager. So prior to lifecycle manager, we use CLI to automate the daily snapshot creation. Prior to, I mean, lifecycle manager is recently, I think around 6 months ago, it was introduced, right? So prior to that, we use CLI. I mean, we create a script, and in that we'll add the CLI commands. So it will be very similar to Linux commands, right? And then we use that script to run daily so that it will take the snapshot of the values. It's like that we'll normally do it. Now to interact with CLI, we need to install the application. First, we need to install the command line interface to run AWS CLI commands. For Windows, you need to download here based on 64-bit or 32-bit. You need to download, and then you need to install it. And with Linux and Mac, so you need to have Python. Most probably Mac and Linux machines will have Python by default, right? And then you need to run this command on Mac and Linux. If you run this command, it will install the CLI, that AWS CLI command line. It will install. Okay. Now let's go, and I have created a machine, a Windows machine. Now what I'll do, I'll configure the CLI in this machine, and then I will try to use, how I'll try to configure the CLI, and I will try to interact with AWS using this. Oh, 1 second. What's happening? Yeah. So I'll try to interact with using the CLI with AWS using CLI. So the new instance. So you can do it in your, but normally the CLIs will be installed on um, workstations, your PCs and all in the organizations. But my laptop has already some CLI configurations, uh, some of my consultants and all. So I don't want to break my local laptop CLI information, CLI. So that's why what I'm doing is I'm doing it in this Windows machine. So the same process you can do it in your laptop. You do it after the session. You do it in your laptop so that you can understand how this can be simple. You just need to download that this AWS CLI from this and install it. And then once it is installed, we can go and interact with it. We'll see that. So it is still importing our application. Here database is still creating. Okay, things are happening simultaneously. Good. Let's open web browser. Let's open it. So here we'll download 64-bit. It's a 64-bit version. Click on save. So we'll go and this is the one. Just go and double click it. And when we double click it, it will start installing. But prior to installing, what I'll do is I'll open command prompt here in this local machine, CMD, and run a command called AWS. Now you see what it said. It says AWS. When I say AWS, it's saying it's not recognized, right? So let's close this and then go and install it. Accept, next, install. So if we install CLI means it's just we are installing the commands. That's it. Okay. So the commands are there to interact with it. Now these commands are actually, there is a big list of commands of thousands of commands will be there. For each service, there will be a big list of commands will be there. So let's say if we go to AWS RDS, take an example, CLI documentation. You'll get to know the commands, like how many commands will be there for each service. So this is the documentation for RDS. So there will be a big list of commands will be there. You see, create DB instance, create DB parameter group, create DB security group, create security snapshot, create subnet group, like this. So you can see DB, delete DB instance, delete parameter group. So all these things, lot of it. But by seeing that command, you can understand what is that command is, right? Modify DB instance, modify DB snapshot, modify DB subnet. So by seeing that, you can understand. And if you want to know like how we can use that command, simple, just open that. Let's say you want to use this command create DB. Let's click on it, and now we can see it will give a documentation about it, how we can use, what are the options will be there, and how we can use with different databases, right? That UI changes only, Rupesh. I mean that they will change the UI, user interface. Commands will not change. Okay, like this now you can see. Okay, so you can go to the same way, you can go to any service, you'll get a lot of commands. So you don't need to remember the commands. So when you're trying to do that automation, just open that, for what purpose you are doing, why you are doing and all. You can go for each service, you'll get it. Okay, and I think we installed it. It's done. Let's go on command now and execute AWS. Previously we got an error. Now let's see. We didn't get an error here, right? So if you want help from here, I mean, you don't want to go to open Google, search for it, you can also open here as well. You can get the documentation. Just search AWS help and get all the AWS documentation here only. Okay. If you want this AWS help means all AWS, but if you want a specific AWS, let's say if you want S3 service help, just click on AWS S3 help. It will give the documentation related to S3. Now there is a command called ls. Ls means what? It's a list. So which means it lists the bucket. I enter. Now what it's saying? It's saying unable to locate credentials. You can configure credentials by running AWS configure. Means I'm trying to read the bucket information, but where I pass the username name and password, where I pass the credentials, right? So we need credentials to use CLI, and which credentials we need to use? You know that, right? So in CLI, we have to use, in IAM we already covered. What is that? Access keys, right? We have to use the access key, security key, right? Let's go to access key and secret access key. Create a new one. Okay, we'll use this one, and there's a password. So how can we use it now? How can we configure this? By running this command AWS configure. AWS configure. Okay, what is access key ID? Enter. It accessing the secret access key. Enter. Now it's saying default region. So when you're executing a command, which region you want to execute? Let's say I want AP South one, which is Mumbai. Or if you want a different one, so based on your requirement, based on your client, you can do it. And the default output format. So when you ask the command, when you execute some command, it will display the output, right? So in which format it need to be displayed? You can have some options like text. It will display in text. You can have option called JSON. It will display in JSON programming language. The one I like is table format. Let's click on table, enter. So it will show the list as in tabular format. Let's now execute AWS S3 LS. Now we see we got all the list of the buckets. If you want to create a bucket, simple AWS S3 option called MB and give some name. Satish bucket, some name. Enter. It will be created. Now you can say, if you go and see in S3, where is S3? Do we have S3 open somewhere? No. Let's go and open it. We can see that bucket. This one we just created. It's created in, you see, Mumbai, because the default region is Mumbai. Okay, like this. So this is how basically you can do the things. Okay, this is how you can write the I mean, you can execute the commands. Let's say if you want to execute commands for EC2, there's a command called describe instances, which can list out the instance information. Let's execute. It will give the information for us. It's taking some time. Yep, you see, it's given all the information: public DNS, public IP, availability zone, security group name, status, the tag name, everything is there. Like this, we can like interact with AWS. This is how basically you can do it. So if you want any automation, what you need to do is use these commands, like whatever I've shown, right? So use these commands, you can run it in a sequence, so that whenever that script executes, it will like this bootstrap script. It will run command by command and it will complete the task for you. It's like that. Okay. Now let's go back to here. ODS is completed. I think our load balancer is also completed. Let's open the WordPress installation. We map it to load balancer, and load balancer is mapped to EC2 instance, right? Let's click on continue. Let's go. Admin password, the database endpoint name. This one, right? So we'll make sure that this has open 3306 port or not, the security group, otherwise it will give us an error again. It's there from only my location, I'll say anywhere. Let's click on submit, run the install. Now give some Mumbai, username admin, password. These are all some trainer. Install WordPress. It will install and run. Okay, that has been installed. Now this is the website. I don't want to install any themes and all. This is just fine. Now this installed to only one machine, right? The web one. Now we want to create the architecture how we want multi-AC, because RDS is also multi-AC. Now what I'll do, I'll take this backup, create an image for this server, and then using this image, I will create a new server, and that server I'll place it in 1B availability zone, right? And then that machine I will associate with the load balancer. Okay, so let's click on AMIs. We'll see that it will take some time to create. Let's give the time. So till the time it's deleting, it's pending. Let's go, and the last thing, AWS certifications. Let's open AWS certification. Okay, now there are a couple of AWS certifications are available. Okay, now you can see this is basically the, just open in a new tab so that we can see. This is basically the how many exams are available here. You can see that 6, 7, 9 exams are available, right? There's a question from Rupees. If I take image to S3 and delete the instance, how it will be chargeable? I didn't get your question, Rupesh. AMI you're talking about. So what is AMI means? What is there inside an AMI? What you'll be having it? Okay, you're not talking about AMI. Simple S3 pricing we already discussed, right? Under free tier 5 GB you can use it. If you use more than 5 GB, it will be chargeable per month. Per gig per month, it will be chargeable. 0.021 something is there, some pricing. You search in Google, AWS S3 pricing, you'll get it. Simple. Okay, that's fine. Now we'll try to see. These are all like some certifications are there. Okay, now, okay, so these are not our certifications. Advanced networking for networking engineers, big data for big data engineers, security for security people and all those things, security engineers and all. So this is not our course and this is not we did. So this is out of scope for us. Okay. And here we have like around 6 exams here. Okay. Now with this knowledge, you can apply for this and this. Even for this also, but around like I think 70% of the course I covered. I mean, whatever the curriculum for this developer, I have covered almost 70%. This is, you can go for it, almost 90% we covered. This is like you can say almost we covered. And right, so this is foundation level, starting level, and then this is like kind of a next level, associate level. Okay, our course is actually this one, you can say that it's purely this one, but we covered the curriculum, it comes under 70% here, 90% here, right? And also there is a next level is also there, profession level, and we covered almost 60% of this one. Profession also we covered 60%. So if you want to opt for the next level, you can go to just need to complete that remaining 40%. It's like that. So this much we have covered in our 16 sessions, around like 50 hours. We have covered this much. So we normally say that you can go with this certification solutions architect, but you can go with this, you can go with this, even you can go with this also. But this is a developer, people will not go. But you can go with any of these three things. You can easily clear the certification with this training. But you need to do some hands-on. Without doing the hands-on, you will not get clear. If you just listen the classes and go to the exam, you will not be able to clear. For sure, you will fail. I'll give you the guarantee. If you didn't practice, you will fail for sure. Okay. These are all different certifications. So this is of $100 cost. These of $150. This is of $300, and this is also $300. So the each is time bound actually, right? And if you go to that each certification, then it will give you the information. If you click on this, learn more, it will give you the details. So I don't want to go through that much. Let's say if a cloud partition is there. Sorry, cloud practitioner, right? So here it will give you the information such as what is the exam cost and what is the time, right? So all the information will be mentioned here. So I don't want to go through the details of pricing and as well as the time, all those things. You just go to this AWS certification page. I'll just give this link. So you click on whatever the certification, learn more, you'll get the details. I will not go with the details, right? But if you want to write this, there is no kind of like, you don't need to pose any requirement. So you don't need to submit anything. So you can directly go and write these exams if you book it. And these the exams will be done in the Prometric centers. This will be done in the Prometric centers. Means you have to book the exam, and then you go and write the exam. Okay. So we'll go and complete this one. I want to do it in 1B. So web 2. I'll associate with load balancer so that we can complete this thing. We can go back to our certification. So I'll associate the other instance which is in a different availability zone. Save. Right now, this application we created, where is it? This application is now serving like this: load balancer to availability zone servers, highly available in a region. But what I did prior to the session, I already created the same architecture. Already created the same architecture, okay, in the London as well, in another region. Is there any way to copy? Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, I have created the same architecture in another as well, in another region as well. Okay, the same architecture. Now I'll do one thing. Go to MS Paint. So, just creating this thing. That's it. Uh, okay, so I'll upload this to the that board. Save this. The same um, and a new image. TP. Where is that? Oh my God. Okay, so I've created that in the same in London. So if you go there, you can see that. Let's go to London. You can see two servers will be there. And I've created a load balancer as well. We are associated, and I created a database with multi-AZ as well. Okay. Now what I'll do, I will use the latency routing policy to create one more record of same www alias. So, but before that, actually, I need to change this one. I need to change it to latency routing policy. It's taking time. Specify the region. It's what EU West 2 something. Save record. Sorry, this is Asia Pacific, right? AP South one. This EU West 2 something. Click on create. Now I have this similar architecture in different locations. So now what will happen? I've created a highly available architecture in two regions, right? In the two regions. Now, in any region, if one AZ goes down, still we don't need to worry. Still we have one more availability zone. Even if one region goes down, still we have the same architecture in London. So now when I refresh, this is basically coming from what? Across the regions, across availability zones, we place this content, right? So that's how basically we did it. This two-tier thing. Okay. Let's come back to here. This 3 tier also completed. You see it's finished. Click on continue and click on finish. Now it has been done. Just click here to open the application. Just click here and we'll see the website which we just installed, the 3 tier application which we installed on Tomcat. So it will open. Let's wait and see how it will look like. This is the application. This is the application we just installed. Okay. Just wait for 1 minute, guys. I'll come back. I got a call just now. I'll just take that call and come back. Okay, we'll see the last thing, the certification one. I'll come back, guys. 1 minute. I'm on mute. Hi guys, welcome back. So I'll finish after this. Don't worry, it's getting kind of a delay. I mean, getting more on it. So I'll try to finish maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, kind of. Okay. So we'll go with this certifications, right? So if you want more information, I don't want to uh, go through all details in detail things. So what you do is just go to the this page and you can get all the normal information. Okay, the pricing and all those things. But if you want to enroll for certification, if you want to enroll for certification, what you need to do is you need to have a certification account. You need to sign up to a certification account. So let's go to the how we can get that certification account. So let's click on any of this thing. So here you can see for this solutions architect, it's 130 minutes to complete the exam. It's 2 hours 10 minutes kind of. And schedule an exam at here you can see. Let's click on this one. So here you need to sign up to an account. If you don't have, click here to register, you know, your account. If you already have, I mean, I don't think you'll be having it, right? So what I'll do, I will pause the screen and I will log into my account, my certification account. I'm signing it to my certification account, guys. Just hold on. Done. So we're logged in. So now here we can schedule the exam. Go to certifications, certification account. It's why it came back here again. Yep, here. Then you can schedule an exam here. Just click on schedule an exam. So you need to schedule the exam. So the Prometric centers will be available in only few locations, right? It's a metro cities and some cities it will be there. So you have to select whichever is near to you, and in that city whichever is nearest location to you. It's like that. You need to go ahead. So it will be all the, you can see that all the uh, exams will be listed. So whichever you want, you just go ahead and schedule an exam. Select that, schedule an exam, click on continue. And it's a one-time exam. If you fail, your money will not return. And if you want to write it, if you want to write again, you have to pay again. It's only one-time payment, one-time write. Okay. Select the language, in which language you want to write the exam. And then you have to select search exam centers, right? So basically you specify your address, whichever you are in. Let's say if you're in Delhi, search in Delhi, and in which month you want to write the exam. So you have to select, let's say you want to write in April. Let's take an example, search exam center. And here you can see it's around like 5 examination centers are available in New Delhi. So you can see there is a address is also there. You see, address is also there. So you select whichever. Now let's say this is the one which is nearest to me. Select that. And in that month, April, these are all the available dates. Which one you want to, on which date. And on that date, these are the timings available, whichever the timing you want. Select it. And then click on continue. Simple. These are one. Click on continue. And then you need to pay the amount. And once the amount is paid, you will get the email confirmation to the email ID which you used to sign in. Okay, this here we just need to pay the amount, credit card number, something like that. We have to do it and done. So that email which you get it to your registered email ID, you need to take the printout and get two ID proofs, not address proofs. Take ID proofs before going to the exam. You have to print your exam email, and then 2 ID proofs to showcase that you are the one who is writing the exam, and then go on time, submit those documents, and they will allow you to write. They will give you the system. Then it's the exam is all about multiple choice questions, MCQs. Okay, so it's all MCQs. There is no like practical kind of thing. There is no like we don't need to write anything. So it's all basically normal. Yes, we can normally log in, Sandeep. So when we go and book only, right, we have to pay. It's like that. Okay, right? No, it's all multiple choice questions. I'll provide you the dumps. Don't worry. I'll provide you some 100 question dumps. Okay, and now these are basically you can book the thing, book the exam. That's fine. Now I'll discuss about how the exam will be there, and then I have not discussed about that API gateway. So you already have some kind of basic fundamentals of it. You can just go through it, documentation, so that you can understand what is that and all. Okay. Now, this certification, AWS exams are, one second, guys, there's some questions coming. Any dumps are changed? No, not, you don't need to worry about the dumps, Ashok. Dumps are just providing you to get you an idea about how the questions, we'll do that, Sandeep, don't worry. We'll do that now. The dumps will give you an idea like how the questions will come and all those things. It's not like older dumps or newer dumps. It's not like that. Okay. We'll see these questions in QA session, Vignesh. Okay. Tagging means we already discussed, right? That name tagging and all. We create tags, right? That's what the tagging. Manjusha, you'll get, so you have to write Collabora exam as well. And if you pass in that exam, Collabora will give you the certification. That is Collabora provided certification, right? And then if you want actual certification, the actual certification from AWS, you have to write in AWS certification from Amazon. This is how I'm showing, for the AWS exam. Okay. So a Collabora exam is free. I mean, you can go and write. If you pass in that, you'll get the certification. That you don't need to pay anything. For Amazon, yes, you have to pay. It's like that. I'll show you Neha. We'll see it in the QA sessions. Don't worry. Okay, now here in this AWS, yes, exactly the same. True, Harpal. It's the same as the actual exam. Then only you'll get that value right. Why you're writing the exam and all. It's the same level of questions and all, even tougher than the actual exam. I can say that. You'll see some tougher questions, which I will provide you. I'll give you the tougher questions, but in the exam you'll not get that much tougher. But normal questions only you'll get. I mean, tougher will be there, but not that much tougher as I provide. It's like that. Okay. Now this AWS exams is our multiple choice questions, but right. So AWS exams is all about, the exams will test you all about how much you really understand the AWS platform and the services and the features and all. Right. So there are some questions coming. I will answer those questions in the QA session, guys. Let's we'll start because it's taking time. It's crossed already 12. Okay, we'll see that. Don't worry. We'll see it in a QA session because whoever has the questions will be there. The others will go. So first we'll complete this thing so that we can understand. We can go through the next things. Okay. So the AWS exams is all about the questions will test your knowledge is based on it's all about how you understand the AWS architecture, AWS platform and services and features. So if you understand really, then you will be easily clear the exam. If you didn't practice, if you didn't understand that, you will never get passed in that exam. Don't even try for that. Okay, don't even try that. You will never pass if you didn't do some practice. So whatever we covered, do some 2 to 3 times, a lot of times, go and practice all these different options, features, services which we covered, right? And I'll provide you some terms. And there are a lot of terms available on the internet. There are a lot of terms available on the internet, and go and search on Google. You'll get a lot of questions, and there will be some websites will provide you some answers, and they will give you some explanations also. If there is something which I didn't cover or which you didn't know, just open the Google, search for it. You have YouTube, you have Google. You can easily learn any new topic or a new thing, right? After completing the session, because you have all the basics, all the underground underhood concepts you already knew, right? So if something is coming in the next 6 months, after 6 months, if AWS started a new service, new feature, you don't need to worry because the underlying things you already covered. You just go and see that and you can understand the things. Okay. Remember that when you see something which you didn't know, don't worry, don't overwhelm, don't confuse. Just go and try to Google it and try to understand, go through the AWS documentation. After just maybe a 5-10 minutes introduction of that service, you can able to understand what is that means. Okay, you have all the basis, it's already covered for you. It's all there. Now you have to do some practice as I'm telling that you have to do good practice, and will after this session we'll provide you 3 POCs. POCs means proof of concepts. So each POC will contain around 10 to 12 tasks. So it's like 3 POCs means 3 projects, and each projects will contain around 10 to 12 tasks. Go and do those tasks prior to going to the certification. Whatever we covered in our sessions, those only. It's not different things. Okay, so go and implement those things, practice. And if you didn't had any grip on any service, any feature, just go to the particular session. You have the recorded sessions, re-listen, rewatch, right? And then do some practice, and then you will easily clear the exam. As I told, the exam is all about how you understand the architecture. And in these multiple choice questions, AWS will try to confuse you, twist you with some different options, some different terminologies, some technical terminologies they will give you to confuse you. So in most of the questions, 50% of the questions, they might try to confuse with the technical terminology and all. So what you need to do is when you see a question in the examination, I mean, I'll show you some questions here also. The same thing you need to follow. So analyze that question, create that architecture in your mind, and then go to the answer. If you didn't understand the question, don't go to the answer because you will not get the right answer. Because 50% of your job is understanding the question. If you understand the question properly, then you can easily select the which is right answer. This is the first step. You need to understand the question, analyze in your mind, create the architecture in your mind. Okay, and there is no negative marking in the examinations. If you make a mistake, your marks will not be deducted. And the pass percentage is 70%. And if you cross 70%, then only you'll getting a certificate, otherwise you will not get. And the one more is that depends, around 60 to 65 questions will be there. Okay, and then multiple choice questions also we are like different type of questions. Like you'll be having a question, A, B, C, D will be there. You have to choose one. This is one type of question. There is one more type of questions. Like you'll say true or false, yes or no. You have to select. And there is one more question. You will have like lot of options: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H kind of. And you have the question says that choose uh, the right answer that apply all. So you have to select like which are right, two, three, or one, whatever it is. And there is one more confusing question. You'll have like 4 or 5 options, and they ask you to choose the right answer, obviously, right? But there will be two answers will be there for that question. There will be two answers will be there. So the your job is to select the best answer. Your job is to go with the best answer. Let's take a simple example so that you can understand. We have spot pricing and reserve pricing. Okay. Now the question is saying on-demand pricing they are using, and they want to reduce the cost. Which one you prefer, spot or reserved? So both are right because both will reduce the cost. If you go with spot also, you'll reduce the cost. If you go with reserved also, you'll reduce the cost. But spot, we cannot say that because the reason is that, so as we have seen that the spot might go down or maybe increase. We we are unsure. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. How much will be the spot pricing on tomorrow? Maybe after 1 month. We are not quite sure, right? So as we have seen in Singapore or somewhere, that sometimes the spot pricing is uh, equal to the on-demand pricing. If it is equal to on-demand pricing, if the spot price, in that case, what will happen? You're not reducing, right? You're almost paying the same. So you're unsure of the spot. So in that case, which will be the right answer? Result will be the right answer. So like this, you have to think, analyze it, and then give the answer. It's like that, right? And then one more important thing is that this is normally whoever write exams, prepare exam, they will have this tip. Everybody knows this tip. It's a very simple tip. Don't look for right answers right away. First eliminate the wrong ones. Eliminate the wrong ones. There will be 100% wrong ones will be there. Just eliminate those wrong ones, and then you will be having an option with one or two. Then you can think of it. Which one will be the quite, I mean, the most suitable answer for the question. Okay, boss. But you need to analyze the question carefully, and then you need to create the architecture and think. You need to think about it, all the possible options. So when you do some practice multiple times, then only you can have this kind of uh, confidence, and you can think in multiple ways. You can create the architecture in your mind once you did the practice. If you didn't do it, then you will not be able to do that. You might confuse for sure, right? So let's take some sample questions. I'll show you like some 5 or 6 questions. So what we'll do is in that, yes, man, today's last session. That's why we are going up to here. I mean, till now we are covering even after 12 also. Okay. Now see this question. See this question. Understand the question and try to give me the answer. Okay. I will tell you what is the right answer anyway, but you guys take some time. I will give you like 2 to 3 minutes. Think about it and give me the answer. Okay. Go through it. I'll be on mute till the time. Hi guys, I'm back. So let's see. I've seen some answers. So people are given some answers, right? So you should give only one answer. Should not say either or kind of. So I'm expecting answers from all of you because you can just test yourself where you are. If you make a mistake, don't worry, right? You don't need to worry because it's not the exam. You'll not lose anything. But if you make a mistake here, you'll understand where you did the mistake and why you did the mistake. And that same mistake you cannot repeat in the exam or certification exams or in interview. If you are afraid to make a mistake here, for sure you'll make the mistake in interview and certification. You know what will happen there if you make the mistake. Here if you make the mistake, nothing will happen. But there if you make the mistake, a lot of things will happen. Okay? Be in that. Don't worry, right or wrong, right? And one more thing is, for the first one, two, three questions, first two to three questions, you might feel like, okay, these kind of questions are like kind of hard, tough kind of things. Even when I first started, for when I first started preparing for the solutions architect exam, I feel the same thing, right? So first two to three questions, you feel like that only kind of hard and tough. But after two to three questions, you'll understand how you need to go with these questions and what to need to do, because I'll explain you right other things how we can analyze and all those things. Then after like two to three questions, you'll be in the normal position. You'll start putting your mind into it. You'll understand that what I want you guys to get that. You need to know how to analyze the question and how to select the answer. So we'll cover only five, six questions, not more than that. Right? So if you get that thing, that will be good for your future in AWS. Okay. Chalo, let's try to see. Now let's try to understand the question as I told first thing, right? So you have an Amazon VPC with a public subnet. VPC with a public subnet. Remember that. There's no private subnet in that. Three Amazon EC2 instances currently running inside the subnet can successfully communicate with the other hosts on the internet. So there are three instances running in that public subnet, and they are successfully communicate with other hosts means other machines, other servers, other websites. So obviously public subnet means what? Over the internet you can access, and from the instance also you can get the internet, right? You'll be able to reach, because you know what is the reason. We understood in VPC section, right? Yes or no? Internet gateway, right? Internet gateway will be the thing will gives us the option to incoming and outgoing internet that we discussed. Okay. Now you launch a fourth instance in the same subnet using the same AMI, same security configuration you used for others. So this fourth instance is exactly same as the remaining three instances. There is no change at operating system level. There is no change at security group level. It's all exactly the same, right? But find that this instance cannot be accessed from the internet. From the internet means over the internet we are trying to access that instance, but it is not able to, we are not able to access. It cannot be accessed. So it's saying what you should, what should you do to enable internet access? So what you need to do to enable this internet access? It is not outgoing internet access. What is accessing? What is the question is saying? He's trying to access over the internet to the instance. He's trying to access that instance. Like he's trying to maybe RDP into the Windows machine or SSH into the Linux machine, something like that. But he's not getting the access, right? So what we need to do it. Understand the question. Now let's go with the answers and see. Saying A1. No, not in that, Sandeep. This instance cannot be accessed from internet. Not from the instance is accessing the internet. Okay. Let's say I am trying to access that instance. I am not able to access. I'm SSHing into it or I'm RDPing into it. I'm not able to access. It's like that. Okay. Now we'll see A1. Yes. So what is the A option is saying? Deploy a NAT instance into the public subnet. What is the use of NAT instance? Why we need a NAT instance? We need NAT instance for giving the internet access to the private subnet instances, right? But this is not case with the private subnet thing. It's all public here. And also NAT is basically for what? Outgoing internet. And from the private subnet instances using NAT, they'll go and reach the internet, outgoing internet. But the question is saying what? Incoming internet to the instance. Nobody is able to access that instance from the internet. So NAT is not the case. And he's saying outgoing. It's not outgoing, it's inbound, right? So 100% wrong. So now we'll see B. Configure a public routable IP address in the host OS of the fourth instance. So he's saying that we need to configure the public routable IP means what? Public IP. You see that what he's trying to do. Publicly routable IP. So which means publicly visible IP address. Which IP address normally will be used in the internet, in the public network. Public IP. He's trying to say public routable IP address and all. Okay. So like that. So it's just a public IP. So normally the public IP, we will normally, how we will handle the public IP address in AWS specifically, when we create an instance, while creating the instance, there is an option called auto assign public IP. If it is enabled, automatically AWS will give the IP. If it is disabled, AWS will only give the private IP, and we can use elastic IP to give the public IP. But did we ever configure a public IP address in the operating system? We didn't do that. Even the IP configurations will not be done on operating system, will be done on VPC only. It's a programming related service, Nalin. What we are discussing and what you're asking, man. Okay, so basically we didn't do any time any IP configurations in, not we, in the organizations also you'll not do any IP configurations in the operating systems. Okay, remember that. Okay, this is obviously we didn't do it. The IP configurations will be done in VPC, Elastic IP, all these things, right? But not in the host way. So B is also wrong. Now C, assign an Elastic IP address to the fourth instance. So understand this. Now you have a public subnet instance, and if you assign an Elastic IP, so create the architecture. Public subnet instance is in public subnet, has a Elastic IP. Elastic IP means what? Public IP. If we assign an Elastic IP to a server which is in private subnet, it cannot work because that is in private. But if it is a public subnet instance, means if you associate Elastic IP, obviously it will work, right? So now C might be the answer, but we'll see the D as well. Modify the routing table for the public subnet. So if there is an issue with, so what is normally there with the routing table for public subnet? Just think, routing table of public subnet we have created, right? What the rules will be there? There will be a by default local rule will be there. And then for public subnet, what we'll do, we'll create a rule 0.0.0/0 mapping it to the internet gateway. So the internet gateway will take care of incoming and as well as outgoing. Right or wrong? Now, if there is an issue with this routing table, why these three instances are currently which are running, how they're accessing with the other hosts on the internet? They're communicating with the internet, right? If there is something which we need to do at the route table, if there is an issue with something with the route table, it should affect this also, but those are able to access, right? So obviously these three will not work. But why this will work? Let's take an example C. Now, maybe that guy created that fourth instance. While creating the instance, maybe that auto-SN public IP is maybe disabled. That is why. So if that is disabled, what will happen? The instance will have only private IP. Can we access an instance using a private IP over the internet? We can't do that. We need a public IP. But if we have a public IP, always can we able to access the instance? If you have a public IP to instance, can we able to access the instance? Always? Depends. If it is in public subnet, we can access. But if it is in private subnet, we cannot access because there is no attachment with the gateway, right? So that you need to think all these things. Okay. So what will be the answer? C, right? Let's go to the few more questions. I'll give some more question. Okay, let's go with this one. Eighth question. So if you answer this question, I can tell you that you understood VPC perfectly. Hi guys, I came back. Let's see now what will be the answer. Let's try to understand. First, let's try to understand the question. You've been tasked with creating a VPC network topology for your company. So your task is to what? Create the VPC. Okay. And what is the requirement? The VPC network must support both internet facing applications and internally facing applications. What does this means? Anybody any idea what is trying to say? Internet facing applications and internally facing applications means public and private. Simple. He's just trying to use different terminologies. Okay. So internet facing applications means public subnet applications which are installed on public. Internally means only internal. When you can say something, an application is internal which is installed on private subnet instances. Right? So that's what he's saying. Access over only VPN. So your VPC should support both this public and private. That's what he's saying. Okay. And then both internet facing and internally facing applications. So both these internet facing and internally facing applications must be able to leverage at least 3 edges for high availability, which means what he's saying is that these two applications, internet application and internally applications, must be able to leverage, means it should be at least be available in 3 availability zones for high availability. And he's saying both, see this word, both public and private should be available in 3 availability zones for high availability. Now, at a minimum, how many subnets must you create within your VPC to accommodate these requirements, right? So means we need both public and private in 3 availability zones, right? So when we create a subnet, let's say, we can make it public or private. We make it public, this one. And while creating the subnet, what we'll do, we'll specify the availability zone. So subnet can be in one availability zone. It cannot be in multiple availability zones. So let's say I've created in 1A. Now he's saying that internet facing should be in 3 availability zones. So I need public subnet in 1A, 1B, and 1C. The same way, I need private also in 1A, 1B, 1C. So what I need to do, I need to create 3 publics in 3 different availability zones, 3 privates in 3 different availability zones. So how many it will be? 6 subnets in 3 availability zones. 3 are public and 3 are private. Understand? Shallow, then we'll see one more question. You'll get to know the things, don't worry. You will understand the things one by one. We'll go with this one. It's kind of an interesting question. 11th question, man. Go with this. 11th question. Hi guys, I'm back. Okay, kind of a tough question. I'll see. So people are saying kind of tricky one. That's what I told you, right? I'll try to give you some tricky questions only. So this PDF has like around 100 questions. I'm just picking the tougher ones. So I don't want to waste the time on going with the easy questions. Okay. So we'll understand the tricky question, then you can easily clear the hard ones. I mean, sorry, normal ones. Okay, let's try to understand the question. You have a business critical two-tier web app currently deployed in two availability zones in a single region using ELB and auto scaling. Two-tier means kind of WordPress kind of an application, right? It's currently deployed in two availability zones in a single region. In a single region, it's created in two availability zones using ELB and auto scaling means it's highly available already, but within a region only, right? And the app depends on synchronous replication, and you see there is one point here, very low latency connectivity at the database layer. Means, so if you try to create that architecture, so we have a two-tier architecture. And one more thing guys, they'll give you the pen and pencil or paper, so you can create these architectures. If they didn't give you, ask them, they'll provide you in the examination. I'm talking, okay? So in a single region, let's take this is one region, and we have, let's say, two availability zones, AZ1, AZ2, yes, for rough work, true. And then what is saying? Web app currently deployed. Okay, one instance two, and using ELB and auto scaling. So ELB is there, auto scaling is also there, right? That's good. And then this two tier means obviously it needs a database also. So the database RDS is also there, and that is multi-AZ is selected. Okay, that is also there. Good. Now, and what is saying? The app depends on synchronous replication, means the application will be hosted on these instances, right? So depends on this database. So now normally when you have multi-AZ, what will happen? You will not have two in online, right? Only one will be online. So AZ1 will connect to this, AZ2 will connect to this. This will be in some AZ3 or something, some availability. So let's take AZ1. So this application depends, which are in instances, they connect low latency connectivity. So low latency means obviously in a single region, in a geographical area, in a region geographical area, latency will be nominal only, maybe 30 milliseconds, 50 milliseconds kind of, not more than that, right? Even if the server is in AZ2, this database in AZ1, main database AZ1, still it can connect maybe 30 milliseconds, 20 milliseconds, not more than that, right? So that's where, I mean, that's what he's saying. The app depends on low latency connectivity. Good. An application needs to be remain fully available even if one application AZ goes offline. And what is saying that now the application needs to be remain fully available even in one application AZ goes offline. And if this goes down also, still this will be always available anyway. So another availability zone, and the application should be fully available. Not talking about region or availability zone. If one availability zone goes down, application should be fully available to the customers, right? Application needs to be remain fully available even in one application as it goes offline. If this goes offline, still it need to be highly available. And auto scaling cannot launch new instances in the remaining availability zone. If this goes down, auto scaling cannot launch. Let's say there is another availability zone 3 is there. Take an example, maybe Singapore. Auto scaling cannot launch the new instances. So what auto scaling will do, basically, we have seen that um, self-healing of it. When one instance fail, what it will do? It will replace with another instance, but it should not do that. No, in this case, he's saying that auto scaling cannot launch new instances in the remaining availability zones, whatever it is, either here or here. It should not launch in the remaining availability zones. So that means the application need to be fully available with the architecture. Whatever it left, even after goes AZ offline, one AZ goes offline, right? So means even if 50% of the architecture goes down also, still that remaining 50 should capable of handling the full application. Then how can the current architecture be enhanced to ensure this? Okay, this is a question. Now let's try to see the answers. First, A, deploy in two regions using weighted round robin, the weighted routing policy. Okay, with auto scaling minimum set for 50% peak load per region. Now, what is saying? This is one region, region one, and now let's say region two. Availability zone one, two, and here now what will happen? We have application servers here, but database will be where? Here only. Okay, database will be here only in this region. Now, as per this option, deploy in two regions using weighted routing policy. So each region can take 50% load. Each region can take 50% load. Okay. Now, in this case, if this is, let's say, Singapore, this is, let's say, London, take an example. If these application servers need to connect to the database which is in Singapore, obviously their side some latency will be there because it's two different countries, two different regions. So we should not have that, right? We should need low latency connectivity. That is one concern here with this first option. And the one more thing is that he's saying that auto scaling minimums set for 50% peak load per region, right? So it can handle 50 and it can handle 50. But if this goes down, let's say, if this goes down, and as we discussed that auto scaling cannot launch new instances in the remaining AZs. So this region should work with only one availability zone. As he's saying, 50% normally will be taken by two availability zones. But if this goes down, can this a single availability zone can take care of the 50%? A single availability zone. So there are two blunders here, right? So obviously this is wrong. Now let's go with this. B, deploy in two regions. Again, he's saying the two regions, but what he changed is that auto scaling minimum set for 100% load. So it's saying 100% here and 100% here. Means even if this goes down also, it can handle full. One region can handle full. Means what he's saying is 50 here, like 50 here, and 50 here, 50 here. So here, the same scenario, if this goes down, let's say, if this can handle 100% traffic, let's take an example. If one goes down, it can handle 50%, right? And anyway, we have one more region, it can handle 100%. So we have the capacity more than what we need. So in this case, it might be right. In this case means handling the load, it can be fine. But what about this? If it is deployed in two regions, this application servers which need to connect to the database will have some latency. And he's saying we don't have this latency then. In that case, what we need to have? In that case, there will be latency, right? So this is also wrong. A and B, obviously wrong. One is wrong with two blunders, one is wrong with one blunder. So anyway, both are wrong. Now we go to the third one. He's saying deploy in 3 availability zones. So instead of 2 regions, now he came back to what? 3 availability zones. Okay, deploy in 3 availability zones with auto scaling minimum set to handle 50% peak load per zone. Means each can handle 50%. Now let's try to see. So we'll be having it's a single region, right? So if one AZ goes down, auto scaling will not launch new instances. We have left with 2. It can handle 50, it can handle 50. So total what? 100%. Perfect. One thing is correct. And one more thing is what is saying low latency connectivity. So if it is in the same region, obviously it will be low latency only, right? There might be some latency, but it's very low. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 milliseconds. But it will not be more than or equal to a different region. So this might be the right answer because it's satisfying what the question is trying to ask. It's trying to pose. Let's see D as well. Okay. Now is what he's saying deploy in 3 availability zones. He's also saying the same story. With auto scaling minimum set to handle what? 33% load. So this can handle 33, this can handle 33, this can handle 33. Okay. Combine this, take an example of 100. If one joke goes down, what will happen? It can handle 33, it can handle 33. So how much it is? 66. Now what about the remaining 34? Who will handle it? Got it? So A, B, D are wrong. Which will be the right answer? C. That is not the question he's asking, Rupesh. He's not mentioned about the region, database unavailability and all, right? So we have to go with the question based on that. I mean, yes, I mean, the concern which you raised is true, but the question is not mentioned that. So we cannot go there. Okay, let's see one more question. Two questions more. I don't want to make much. Okay, let's go with this one, 18th question. Go with this 18th question. Hi guys, welcome back. Let's see. I think I've seen kind of the answers. Good. Let's see. Okay. What the question is saying, you have an application running in US 2 that requires 6 EC2 instances running at all times. US 2 means it is actually Oregon region. Okay. And there is an application running in that Oregon region. And that application requires 6 EC2 instances running at all times. I mean, if that application need to run, 6 EC2 must be there. Otherwise, it will not run. That's a story here, right? So with 3 AZs available in that region, in that Oregon, we have 3 availability zones, US West 2A, 2B, 2C. Okay. Which of the following deployment provides the 100% fault tolerance? If any single AG in US West 2 becomes unavailable, choose 2 answers. You need to be careful in this kind of questions. It's saying 2 answers. Okay. And what is saying? The application needs 6 EC2 instances. And which of the following deployments, which are mentioned below, 100% fault tolerance? So the application need to be available, running all times, 100% uptime, right? And even if any single AG in the three availability zones, even if one AG goes down also, still application need to work and 100% uptime will be there. So how can these following architectures will come up to the requirement? Okay, let's see. A, US West 2A with 2 instances, 2B with 2 instances, 2C with 2 instances. So we have 3 availability zones, 2, 2, 2. So total 6 instances. Now application requires how many instances? 6 instances. So we have 6. Good. One criteria completed. What is the other thing? Even if any single AG goes down, what will happen? If let's say 2A unavailable went down, so we left with 2B and 2C. 2B 2 instances, 2C 2 instances. How many? So just only 4 instances, right? But we need 6 instances to running all times that application. So if it is down with only 4, then application will not run. So it's not 100% fault tolerance then. Application is not 100% uptime. Wrong. Let's go with B. 2A 3, 2B 3, 2C no instances. So total 6 we have. Good. One requirement is finished. Okay. If 2C goes down, let's say if 2C goes down, it's fine because there are no instances running. Happy, we can have 3, 3 here, 6 will run. But unfortunately, if either 2A or 2B goes down, then you're left with 3 and the other doesn't have anything. So we just left with 3 only, but we need 6 minimum. So B is also wrong. Let's see C. 2A 4 instances, 2B 2 instances, 2C 2 instances, 4, 2, 2. So we have 8. We need 6, but we have 8. Okay. At least we need 6, but we have more than 6, right? So it's fine. Now, here 6 is fine under the requirement only. If 2C goes down, okay, because 2A has 4, so 2B with 2, it will 6. Even 2B goes down, it's fine. 2A 4, 2C 2, 6. But if 2A goes down, we left with only 2 in 2B, 2 in 2C, so it is 4. Again, wrong. So ABC is wrong. Question is saying choose 2 answers. So blindly you select D and D, go to the next question. Right? Yes or no? Now let's see. D and D, is it really right or not? 2A 6 instances, 2B 6 instances, 2C no instances. So 6 6 we have 12, more than what we have. Okay, good. If any availability zone goes down, it's fine. OC goes down, anyway, no instance is there. That will not affect anything. If this goes down, we don't need to worry. Here we have 6, right? We need 6. We have 6. Good. If this goes down, fine. Here we have 6. The question is saying only if any single AG, right? If any single goes down, we are okay with this one. If any two goes down, then this will not work. But the question is saying only single, right? So it's fine. E is one, D is one of the answer. Now let's go with this one. This is saying 333. So total we have 9. So if you take anything, any availability zone goes out, 3 plus 3, 6 will be there, right? Okay, let's go to the uh, now I will go to the last question. I mean, we'll cover the last question now. Okay, see this 89th question, and this will be the last question, and then we can conclude the training. I guess I'm back. Chalo. Mm. Let's try to understand. It's kind of related to pricing, right? We have seen about high availability, latency, fault tolerant architecture, and this one is kind of a pricing. So we are all, I mean, I've took that 5 6 questions which are like different. Okay, it's not equal to one or the other. Chalo, let's try to see this question. Okay, I'm seeing answers. Mhm. Almost, almost, almost right, but not all. But anyway, it's good. Let's see. You are asked to evaluate a company's AWS environment to find ways to reduce the cost. So your job is to evaluate your company, some company AWS account and reduce the cost. And while evaluating, you discover they are running 3 production web server reserved EC2 instances. They are reserved already. Okay. Uh-huh. With EBS backed root volumes. Okay. These instances have consistent CPU load of 80%. And the instance type which are running also, it's on almost optimum performance is running, almost peak, right? And then traffic is being distributed to these instances by ELB. Obviously, when you have multiple instances, you need ELB. They also have production and development multi-AZ ODS MySQL databases. So they have both production and as well as development databases which with the multi-AZ. What recommendation would you make to reduce the cost in this environment without affecting availability of mission critical systems? So you have to suggest some recommendations which reduce the cost, okay, and that would not affect the mission critical systems. Make a note of it. Choose the correct answer. Okay, let's go with this. Question A, sorry, option A. Consider not using multi-AZ RDS deployment for the development database. What is multi-AZ actually? In multiple availability zones, we'll be having the database, right? So when you go with multi-AZ, what will happen? AWS will cost us for 2 databases, right? If we go with normal, it will only one database license. I mean, one cost. If we go with two, they will cost for 2 databases. Now here, thing is, what is saying the question not using multi-AZ is saying not using multi-AZ for both production and development. He's just saying, okay, don't use for development, right? So multi-AZ, what it gives, what is an option? It gives for us. So even one AZ goes down, still our application will be highly available, right? Sorry, our database will be highly available. That is what basically the importance of multi-AZ. Now, why you need a multi-AZ availability for database, for a development database? Right or wrong? What is the reason? So if let's say the AB goes down, AZ goes down, one AZ goes down, where you have the development database, what will happen? What will it affect the your mission critical systems? No, it will not affect your mission critical systems. What will happen? Maybe your development will stop for some time, right? Yes or no? It will stop for some time. That's fine, but it will not affect the production. And also, if we don't use multi-AZ for development, what will happen? Instead of paying for two databases, we can pay only for one database. So that in that case, what will happen? Our cost will reduce a bit. Instead of paying like two, will pay only for one. This is obviously a genuine kind of a suggestion, you can say that, right? But we'll not only go with that right away. We have to think more. We have to see the other options. Do we have any other options where we can like see the options which we can go and reduce the things, right? So let's see the B. What is B saying? Consider removing the ALB. So if we remove the ALB, who will reduce the, sorry, who will distribute the traffic to the three production instances? Nobody, right? Then your application will be down. Application will be affected. So we can't do that. That is not the solution. And consider using on-demand instances instead of reserved. What will happen if you use on-demand instances instead of reserved, guys? We discussed recently only, right? What will happen? The cost will increase, it will not decrease. Because on-demand is the highest pricing one, right? It's not the lowest one. It is the highest one pricing model. Reserved is kind of the one which can reduce it, but not the on-demand. So fourth one, consider using spot instances instead of reserved. This might reduce, for sure, reduce the cost, but we know that spot instances are not basically for what? It's not a long-term usage. It's only for short-term, right? And we can make it available for even 1 year, like 2 years. We can specify the time from this date to that date. But as we discussed, sometimes it might reach on-demand pricing, spot instances. So it might go down, it might go up. We don't know. We cannot say. So if it reaches on-demand means obviously it's higher than reserved instances. So this will also increase the cost but not decrease. So obviously, which is the answer? A, right? That will be the answer. Think for Neha, you are the one you asked about the migration, right? Okay, I have sent you the link. This is the link. There is a, I mean, you need to have, you need to install a plugin for vCenter. So if you have VMware, if you are using VMware, you need to install a plugin, and using that plugin, what we can do is we can do the migration directly. So you need to install that plugin in your vCenter, VMware vCenter, and then using that you can directly migrate it to the your AWS account. That plugin will take care of doing that. So if you're not using VMware, let's say you're using Citrix or VirtualBox or some other Hyper-V, some kind of other virtualizations, then what you need to do is you need to basically take the image of the server in a OVA format, .ova format, right? And then upload that to S3. Upload that OVA file, right? To S3, upload that to S3. And then once it is uploaded to S3, you need to run this command. So what this command will do is, this command will generate an image, AMI, from the OVA, which you just uploaded to S3. Once AMI is created, that will be in your AMI list, your my AMIs list. Using that AMI, you can create an instance. So these are the two things. If you have VMware this, if you have normal this is how. Is it possible to config side to side from? Yes, you can do that. We are saying side to side tunnel, right? You can do that. IPsec tunnel, we can do that, Ashok. We can do that. Anybody have any questions, guys? And one more thing, guys, if you have any questions after this session, I mean, this is the last session, right? So if you have any questions from in the near future, don't worry. If you have a question, send us the question, whatever the query you have, support@cognitia.com. I will basically monitor that inbox. So I will get the questions from the previous batch students as well, till now, still. So it's not like you have, so if you complete this session, if you complete the training, it's not like you and me, I mean, there is no connection between both of us. It's not like that. So if you have any questions, send us an email. We'll provide you the whatever required things. We'll do that. Support@cognitia.com, Rajesh. Yes, these dumb questions will be uploaded to LMS with the answers, as well. Exam will be conducted by Collabora exactly after 1 month. No, personal emails will not be shared. Will not be shared. That's not possible. It's against the policy of Cognition. I can't do that. No, I can't do that. Anyway, see, I will monitor the email here. No worries. Yes, support@cognition.com. True, Rajesh. Exactly. Yes, after exactly 1 month of this, so you just need to calculate after 1 month. After 1 month means like maybe March 17th. It's like that. A collaborator will conduct the exam, and then you guys can go ahead and complete the exam. Yes, you can go for it, Rajesh. True. Which one? Yes, yes, it's an online exam only. You don't need to go to. I mean, you don't need to come to Cognitia here. It's an online exam. They'll provide you the link, and there also you'll get some tough questions only. Expect the tough guys. It's not like I mean, there will be some easy questions also will be there. It's a combo. Both will be there. Good, good questions, tougher questions, easy questions, medium level questions. All the will be there. You just need to be. So if you attend that exam and if you complete these 100 questions, and you will be able to easily eh, clear the exam. Yes, the answers will be provided to you guys. That's what I'm saying. These questions and answers only, Rajesh. These 100 questions will be there, and you can use it. Yes, anybody can ascend the. Yes, true, Sandeep. You can do that. True, Sandeep. Yes. Any other questions, guys? Okay, then. Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh. You're welcome. Thank you, Sandeep. Hope you guys get good opportunities with good pay scales. God bless you guys. Thank you, Prashant. You're welcome. You're welcome, Abhishek. Thank you. Thank you, Harpal. You're welcome. Do some practice, guys. Keep updating with the AWS that you using your reinvent videos on YouTube. You'll rock. Thank you, Mohammed. You're welcome. Thank you, Amar. You're welcome. You're my students, right, Sandeep? Obviously. Sure, Sandeep. Chalo, guys. I mean, there are not more questions. It's a long session. It's a longer session. It's kind of two sessions, like, right? Anyway, it's good. We complete. Initially, like, we had some problems with electricity and all. I know that. I mean, how much? How did you guys feel about that? Right? Sorry for that, guys. I mean, initially it was like kind of tough for me as well because of the electricity and all. Because that is nothing in my hands, right? So I can't do anything. So for that reason, anyway, like, we are completing the things on a good note, right? Chalo, guys. Bye. There's no see yous, right? Chalo, yaar. All the best. Hope you guys enjoyed the sessions from mine. Hope you guys learned a lot and use all these learnings in your career. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your patience listening almost like 50 hours of the training. Chalo, bye. See you. No see yous. Only bye. This is Satish signing off. Thank you, Prashant. You're welcome. Bye.